I am calling to order this hearing. This is actually a recess from the hearing that began yesterday. This is a joint hearing by the Committee of the Whole and the Committee on Business and Economic Development. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole, and with me is Councilmember Kenyon McDuffie, Chair of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. The subject of this hearing is Bill 26-288, entitled the Robert F. Kennedy Campus Redevelopment Act of 2025. This legislation was introduced as freestanding legislation on June 20th, and the legislation as introduced is identical to the legislation that was included in the Mayor's proposed Budget Support Act that was filed with the Council on May 28th of this year. The stated purpose of the bill is to authorize bond issuances, establish special funds, and authorize the mayor to enter into lease agreements, a development financing agreement, and other related agreements to facilitate redevelopment and management of the approximately 180 acres of waterfront property located at the former RFK Memorial Stadium site. The bill is substantively identical to Subtitle R of Title II of the introduced version of the Bill 26-265, the FY26 Budget Support Act of 2025. Among other things, the bill before us authorizes the mayor to lease 3 parcels and sell stadium seat rights to the Washington Commanders football team as introduced without further council review, as well as to issue bonds, first in a total principal amount not to exceed $759 million for payment of the horizontal infrastructure costs of the RFK campus infrastructure project, and second in a total principal amount not to exceed $210 million for payment of the costs of the RFK campus parking facilities project no earlier than October 2031. The purpose of the hearing, and this is a continuation of yesterday's hearing, is to receive testimony from public witnesses and today from the Commanders Organization and the executive on the merits of the overall proposal to redevelop the RFK Stadium campus that was formally announced and memorialized in an executed term sheet on April 28, 2025. When I concluded yesterday's hearing, which again was recessed to today, I indicated that the record in this matter will be open until 5:30 p.m. on July 31st. A supplemental record will be filed in 2 weeks with additional comments, if any, submitted by members of the public and anyone else. I'll say just a little bit more because what I read was from the hearing notice and it was a bit kind of formal sounding. The proposal that the mayor submitted, as I think we all know, was for development of a football stadium at the RFK Stadium site, and that the city would support that with a $500 million direct subsidy, plus subsidizing 2 garages, one for $175 million and the other for $181 million. One of those 2 garages through Events DC. And I will note that in the budget that the council adopted earlier this week, that funding is preserved or available. In addition, in the budget that we adopted is what the mayor requested of $202 million for the district for infrastructure on the site, the overall site. As I think most folks know, the terms of the deal has changed with some parking revenues coming to the district's general fund, as well as parking taxes, sales taxes on general merchandise, and sales taxes on food and beverage. It's actually much more complicated than I am saying in this summary. There is, as well, the commanders have agreed to support a community benefits fund with $50 million. And I think I'll leave the other details for the testimony. We're going to, after the mayor and the commanders testify, members will have 2 rounds for questions. The first round will be 15 minutes, the second will be 10 minutes. There's probably more that I'm not saying, but I think I'll kind of leave it at that. So I'm going to recognize members in order of seniority. So Councilmember Bonds, you would be first.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I am delighted to be here with all of our community assembled and the officers of our government, and to hear from the potential contractor that wants to develop a portion of land that has been transmitted to our great community. So I don't have real remarks to make at this time, but I do have a few questions, and so I'll reserve my time for that. But I am just really delighted to see so many of us here, with and without the baseball caps, all of us who are here, because this is an opportunity that I am hoping we will not let pass our community. So thank you very much, Chairman.
Next in seniority, I believe, is Councilmember Allen.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. McDuffie for holding today's hearing. I also want to thank the hundreds of DC residents that came out all day yesterday and into the early morning hours this morning for those brave souls that were here at 12:03 a.m. as we wrapped up that hearing. Thank you all for sharing your testimony. I do think that no matter what people's stances are on the stadium itself, there actually is a lot of overlap in what people agree they want to see in a deal. More housing, more metro and transit, less parking, good paying jobs for DC residents, especially living in neighborhoods where development never seems to happen. Folks want to see a lot of green space to take advantage of, protections for our rivers and the islands that are next to the site, and smart, clean energy to ensure progress in our city's future. On one hand, that is a lot to ask for an organization whose main focus is to field a competitive football team to win championships. On the other hand, that is the job they're signing up for. What we are considering is effectively a sole source contract to redevelop 180 acres of prime waterfront land that we haven't had access to for a generation. It should have been ours to decide what to do with decades ago, and I want to thank the mayor and her team for working incredibly hard to get that federal legislation through, which lets us be the decider of what it is that we're going to do with this site. And that's something, again, no matter what you think of a stadium, it's the right decision that we are in control of that destiny. With the deal before us, there isn't an alternative or alternatives, though, to compare it with. The team's interest and upside is obvious. I've heard many times the team's prepared to invest close to $3 billion in the stadium, and that it would be the biggest private investment in the district ever. Some say we'd be fools not just to say yes right away. But I also want people to know that district taxpayers, through both direct spending and tax breaks, would be contributing over $4 billion over the next 30 years. It's at least the second highest public subsidy of an NFL stadium in history. By moving into DC again, the team's value is also going to increase significantly. So we would be fools not to scrutinize it and work toward a deal that's better and more fair to DC taxpayers. And while any deal, including the one before us with amendments already made by Chairman Mendelson, I think is a big improvement over the vast nothingness that we've had there since the 90s, our own council budget analysis and independent reviews show us clearly we can and must do better. So when you factor in the significant money the city is giving to the team outright and how the team won't be paying rent or property taxes or sales tax on some of those transactions, the same taxes we ask of every resident and small business, the case for further negotiations gets stronger and stronger, and those conversations have continued in earnest. I also understand this is more than just a financial decision for many residents and many people in this room. Generations of Washingtonians remember fondly going to the old RFK Stadium with friends and family. I heard that in our testimony yesterday often. The opportunity to walk to a game, let alone host a Super Bowl, is enthralling for all of us. Nostalgia is a powerful motivator, and the team's run to the NFC Championship last winter couldn't have been better timed. The future's bright for this team, and the possibilities endless for the memories that can be created at a proposed new stadium. But I'm also mindful this body deliberated for quite a long time on a very tight budget. And so all of these decisions that we make have to make sure we're not trying to rob Peter to pay Paul, but really think about what this project can do for our city and how to secure that future. So lastly, my approach today is looking to secure commitments for a deal that reflects just how much DC residents are investing in and hoping to see come from a stadium deal. The deal is not done yet. And as I've said, there's an eternity between now and Friday. So I'm hoping that we can continue to work to make this a good and a fair deal. Let's talk about how we get a deal that is based on what we heard yesterday and over the past few months since the deal was announced to make sure that it is a fair and good deal for DC. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember White.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to say that I want the Commanders in DC. I've been a fan my entire life. I dressed up as a player for Halloween as a kid, even though my family and I couldn't afford to go to the games. That hometown pride, that sense of belonging, it matters. But so does truth. And the truth is the deal doesn't add up right now. What started as a $500 million taxpayer investment has ballooned to nearly $1.5 billion. Revenue projections have swung wildly from $4 billion to $15.6 billion, now $24.2 billion. And when we ask how these numbers were calculated, we're told it's proprietary. At the same time, we're being told to rush, to trust, to move forward without full transparency or public engagement. But here's the reality. The city is in a $1 billion deficit over the next 3 years. 2 days ago, we passed a budget that cuts healthcare, housing vouchers, childcare, and student mental health support. Now we're being asked to approve what would be the largest stadium subsidy in U.S. history for the third most valuable sports management company in the world. Look, our residents aren't asking for magic. They're asking for fairness, for clarity, for decisions rooted in their best interests. This is about priorities, credibility, and accountability. We already have 4 major stadiums in the district. We know what residents were promised and where these promises fell short. I know that without strong guarantees, we are setting ourselves up to repeat the same mistakes. On Monday, I met with the commanders at my conference table. I asked how we could work together to protect the residents who live near RFK, families whose tax dollars would pay for a project that could price them out of their own neighborhood. They looked me in the eyes and said, "That's your problem." And they're right. It is our problem and our responsibility, mine and my colleagues, to get this deal right. Because while the commanders have to look out for their investors, we are here to look out for our residents. Many are placing their hopes in this project, believing it can mean jobs, safety, and opportunity, but hope is not a plan. And we cannot build policy on promises we can't enforce. Seasonal stadium jobs will not transform neighborhoods. Most families won't be able to attend the game because the tickets cost hundreds of dollars. And without a better deal, we're giving away public land, paying for infrastructure and garages, and receiving none of the upsides, not from naming rights, not from retail rents, not from seat licenses. Even the team's headquarters will remain outside of DC. Let's be clear. This is our land, our money, and our community. Our residents are not fodders for stakeholders. They are the reason we are here. I want to bring the team home, but I will not do that at the expense of the people who already live here. The commanders have been clear about their bottom line. It's time that we be just as clear about ours. The deal must be grounded in transparency, fiscal responsibility, and protections for the communities it will impact. That's not politics. That's just leadership. I believe we can still reach a solution that
Robert, in terms of seniority.
Well, maybe
good
I'm
afternoon.
wrong, but
Oh, I'm sorry.
maybe I'm wrong. I'm going by memory.
It's fine. I'll take what you got. Good morning, everyone. I want to echo in thanking all of the public witnesses who testified yesterday. I was on last night with several colleagues as we neared towards midnight, talking to the last remaining public witnesses, who all have a mix of enthusiasm. Some have questions, some have critiques. And I'm glad that we were able to hear everyone's thoughts on the matter. There's something that I have been thinking about in all of this, and I'm not sure it really came to the table yesterday, which is what has happened with the other sites that the district has received from the federal government in terms of our ability to redevelop those. So there's the 67 acre property in Hill East that's adjacent to the RFK site. It's known as Reservation 13. It was transferred to DC by Congress in 2006. But community planning for what to actually do with the site actually started in 2002, 4 years earlier. To date, over 20 years later, I think we have about 3 buildings that are currently built on that site. The McMillan Sand Filtration Site in Ward 5. Many people don't realize that DC acquired that property in 1987 from the federal government. The city launched a competitive bidding process to select the master developer in 2007. And the first building on that property, Reservoir Park Recreation Center, which is a gorgeous property, opened last year, 37 years later. Now, of course, those could be examples of an indictment on the government's inaction and time delays. But there are also examples of how difficult it can be for the government to do this alone. And so it is very enticing to have a private company who is willing to come to the table on a site that is double all of those sizes. And I'm not really interested in spending the next 20 years debating what we do with this property. But I do have some questions about what we're delivering, what's the timeline, what are the commitments? Is it transit first? Is it protecting the environment? Are we delivering on housing? Are we protecting the residents who live in that community? And so I'll have some questions on that today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning to everyone who's here, to Madam Mayor and all who are present. And a huge thank you again to all the district residents who have weighed in, whether you were with us last night till 12 a.m. last night, to everyone who's been emailing, who've been calling. It is democracy in action has been happening, and it is exciting in all the ways. I gotta say, I have heard from aunties and uncles I ain't heard from in years, cousins I ain't heard from in months. As a third generation Washingtonian, as all know, commanders are near and dear to Washingtonians' hearts. And so the calls I am getting from family near and far who I haven't spoken to is, what's going on? What y'all doing? What's commanders coming back home? You know, that are the calls. Those are the calls I'm getting from family. And I think that is a testament to the excitement people have about bringing the commanders home. The calls I'm getting from all of the law economist friends are, you guys need to get these details right. You guys need to make sure there's a benefit for this community, and that there is actually, that the details, as one of my professors said at Howard Law, who also called me, this is how many calls I'm getting, don't forget, the devil's in the details. One of the first things he said to us as our first law school class. So our job here and what I'm going to be doing is looking at those details and making sure we are landing in the best pace possible for the residents of the District of Columbia. And so today my questions will be focused on community benefits and accountability, which I've heard a lot about. I will have a focus on labor, project labor agreements, labor peace agreements. How do we make sure labor is a part of this project? I'm going to be focused on environmental standards. How are we meeting our environmental goals, exceeding our environmental goals, and transportation equity, public safety and operations, which came up yesterday, as well as making sure we have development accountability, timelines, and looking at that long-term value and control. And so looking to all those things, coming up with what I think will be the best for the district is what I'm excited about doing. And again, I'm so grateful for this opportunity, and I'm grateful for the dialogue that has been happening continuously. I believe it has been genuine, it has been consistent, and I think that we are going to land in a good place. So thank you all again, and I look forward to further conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember Fruman, who is online.
Ooh, well, I moved up in seniority, I think, but thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you to everybody who is here today. Thank you to everyone who testified yesterday. This is obviously a giant opportunity for the district, but also a giant opportunity to fumble the ball, to use a sports metaphor, because we have to get this right. We need to have this kind of investment, but on terms that truly work for the city. And so a different dimension is the timing of this whole thing. I get it that for the commanders, this feels like this is taking forever. What's going on? We talked to one, we talked to the other. This is, when are we going to get this done? But I have to tell you, from my side of the table, it is all happening very fast, with things moving at, continually moving, which is a good thing. Thank you for all of the back and forth. We just came through a giant, challenging budget process. and then got a revised version of the deal, and we're all trying to come to grips with it and figure out what's missing and what needs to get done. And now here we are today, and we're going to vote on Friday. So a lot going on a giant project very quickly from my perspective. There are a number of things that I've spoken with the commanders about from day one. I want to see a project that is a model for environmental achievement. I want to see us manage our parking and transit in a way that puts as much weight as possible on public transit. And I want to see the mixed use development that would happen in parallel to the stadium delivered in a timely way. I hear the commanders when they say it's in our interest for it to be delivered promptly, but I want to make sure that we have accountability provisions in the agreement so that that happens. Because when you look at the economics of the deal, to the extent that the district is getting a very, very significant benefit, a lot of it comes from the development of those mixed use parcels. And we need to make sure that that is done in a timely way. So there's going to be a number of things that everyone is going to be probing on today, and it's, I suspect, going to be a moving target between now and Friday. I hope we can get there. I think we can get there, but we're not there yet from my perspective, and I'm looking forward to how today and tomorrow fit into achieving a great accomplishment for the city and the commanders.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruin. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have prepared remarks, but I just would say it's not lost on me that at a time when so many people are getting the rug pulled from under them, both federally and locally, what has monopolized so much of our discussion here in DC is this stadium deal. That it just doesn't square, but that this is where we are. I have said before, the transfer of the RFK site from the federal government to DC provides a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reimagine that landscape. What we are here today to do is to discuss the now revised deal and proposals before us. I've talked about things that are really important to me, and I will lean in on them today, which includes the labor protections, both around PLAs and labor peace agreements, both on the stadium and the commercial footprint, district investments in the academic success of students in wards 5, 7, and 8, investments in DC's parklands, many of which have been neglected or under-maintained, including areas in Ward 5, protections for revenue-generating programming at RFK currently, including the Globe Festival that generates some $30 to $50 million, and ensuring that the bottom line numbers of this deal add up and are fair for all residents. Many may recall that I stated a while ago that I wouldn't support any deal that put money towards the vertical construction of the stadium. I'm happy to say in the deal we have before us, there is no money going to the vertical build of the stadium. Before the council votes, I'm interested in continuing to find ways to recoup as much of the investment that the district is making as possible. The CFO's TAFA report analyzed that the value of all tax subsidies in the original proposal added up to $1.48 billion over the 30-year life of the lease, and that is in addition to the $856 million in construction subsidies being provided. Under the chairman's revised deal, the commanders agreed to add parking tax and redirecting that concession and merchandise taxes and non-stadium event parking revenue to the tune of about $677 million. It is worth noting, we were told when the deal was originally presented, it couldn't be made any better. The chairman, after his work, found $677 million more dollars. And so for anyone doing the math, I hope you understand why council members are continuing to press. Yes, we all would love the commanders to come back to DC, but we need to ensure that it is the absolute best deal for Washingtonians. I think I'm out of time and I'm gonna wrap up here. To the commanders' credit, I have found them to be responsive and forthright. As I shared yesterday, as any good business partners you should expect, the district will fight to ensure we get the absolute best deal possible. And that is what my colleagues and I are attempting to do. To neighbors and constituents across the district, I have heard you. I get the passionate reasons why you want the commanders to come back to DC. I understand why you want this deal done. For those that have concerns and don't want this deal, especially some neighbors in Kingman Park, I hear you, I get it. I continue to remain optimistic that we will find a way to get this done. But my vote on this deal will be contingent on ensuring that the numbers make sense, that labor protections are clear, and that the commitments that we've talked about behind the scenes are reflected in the language of the law. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to today's hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to my council colleagues, the mayor and her team, and the Washington
the stadium and the broader development. From the first year of this stadium's operations, we project $1.3 billion in gross revenue, 57% of which will be net new to DC, and $800 million in direct spending. Our proposal includes investments in new affordable housing, improved parks and public spaces, hundreds of millions in new revenue for the district, a community benefits agreement, a commitment to small and local business partnerships, and youth sports facilities that will serve DC families year-round. Next, we're bringing the team home. RFK is our ancestral home. Generations of fans have lifelong memories of rooting for their team right here in the district, from thrilling playoff victories and 3 Super Bowl seasons to the roar of the RFK stands shaking under sellout crowds. Some of the most iconic moments in NFL history happened right here. I remember that iconic Monday Night Football shot where they showed RFK on the same axis as the Capitol, the Washington Monument, and the Lincoln Memorial. I know we all want that feeling back. We believe the team belongs in DC, and we're excited about the opportunity to return, not just to our roots, but to a future that honors the past while looking forward. This is about more than nostalgia. It's about civic identity, community pride, and restoring a historic connection between the team and the city it calls home. Fourth, delivering a platform that serves more than football. A modern stadium is not just a venue. It is a magnet for energy and opportunity. It's a chance to bring the world's biggest events, concerts, and cultural performances to the district while generating economic activity that reaches far beyond game days. This project will raise DC's national and international profile, attracting top sporting events, entertainment acts, millions of visitors, and provide an economic boost for businesses in all 8 wards. We agreed to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in addition to build the roof that's going to make that happen. Fifth, ensuring a fair and beneficial pipeline of economic benefit for the district for years to come. We understand and respect the council's role to ensure the best interests of the district. We're proud that this project does just that, and we're committed to the public seeing meaningful, measurable benefits. We will be good partners to the city, not just now, but for decades to come. And we welcome continued engagement to be fair, responsible, and aligned with the district's long-term goals. This can and will be a true catalyst of growth that will support and benefit ongoing budget discussions well into the future. This is a historic moment and one of extraordinary opportunity. Together, we can deliver the fastest and surest transformation of the RFK site into something that brings people together, drives growth, and shows what's possible when public purpose and private commitment align. Thank you again to Mayor Bowser and to the council for your leadership and partnership. We are honored to be part of this process and look forward to continuing the work ahead. We will welcome your questions when the time is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klaus. And Mayor Bowser. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, and I want to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and members of the council for convening this hearing. I also want to thank Chairman James Comer, Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton, and members of Congress for their leadership on the Hill, as well as President Biden and President Trump and their teams at the Department of Interior and the National Park Service for their partnership in our shared priority of activating 180 acres on the banks of the Anacostia River in the best city in the world. We owe tremendous thanks to our executive branch colleagues in the CFO Glenn Lee's office, as well as Attorney General Brian Schwab's office, and our partners in sports and entertainment at Events DC. And I especially want to thank DC residents and businesses who actively participated in this process, from early Events DC visioning sessions to community meetings in Kingman Park and neighbors throughout Ward 7. We want to acknowledge the people who participated in Councilmember Felder's community benefits engagements and at the DC Chamber Small Business meetings, and the hundreds of DC residents and businesses who made their voices heard and who asked for more in 2 council hearings. The first on the BSA on June 18th and just yesterday. I want to further emphasize my great appreciation to all of you. I want to thank you for your urgent and thoughtful consideration in this atypical year. In this consideration of the district's biggest economic development or infrastructure project in our history. I want to acknowledge and appreciate you for your helpful additions to both the process and the agreement's terms with the team. To borrow a phrase, this is a BFD. Very big. And I recognize that passions are high, questions are intense, and our great desire to get this right is at the forefront of our thinking. I also recognize that the time is now to act or miss our window of opportunity to capture $2.7 billion in private investment and get a shovel in the ground by the end of next year. I am pleased to testify, Mr. Chairman and Chairman McDuffie, without equivocation to say that we are delivering the best deal for DC to transform the RFK campus. And I'm even more pleased to say to the residents of the District of Columbia that I'm keeping my promises, every one of them. Throughout my commitments have been to secure the land and expand how the land could be used. Just last year, it could only be used for sports and recreation uses. Now, with the passage of the Congress's legislation at the end of last year, it can be used for a mix of uses, including housing, hotels, and family entertainment. I committed to ensuring an all-year activation by securing a world-class stadium with a roof. I committed to build a state-of-the-art sportsplex for DC youth and to preserve access to the fields of RFK throughout construction and on game days. We committed to improve parks and recreation and connections to the Anacostia River so that the parks and river become more than what they are now, and that the access is improved so that people aren't attracted to just the built environment, but also the natural one. We agreed to preference communities farthest from opportunity in a community benefits agreement, especially for grocery needs and youth engagement and enrichment in Ward 7, and DC resident hiring and small and local business preferences in Wards 5, 7, and 8. We agreed to limit our investment to horizontal infrastructure only, with caps on exposure for stadium or parking cost overruns. To advance, we agreed to advance a fiscally sound deal that respects our debt limit and avoids eliminating capital projects or operational cuts to accommodate debt service. And finally, we committed to achieving this overarching goal, securing the fastest and surest path to building out the 180-acre campus and delivering the greatest benefit to DC taxpayers with a respected catalytic anchor and master development partner in the Washington Commanders, as well as a parking and events partner with our official sports authority, Events DC, and with great support from Commissioner Roger Goodell and the National Football League. And like our investment in monumental sports, we are helping to shift our economy, betting bigger on sports and entertainment as our federal footprint changes. Here's what we are investing. $500 million for stadium infrastructure, that's horizontal development only. $356 million for parking garage infrastructure. $202 million for infrastructure investments through DDOT, and $77 million currently for the new DPR indoor sportsplex. And here's what we're getting. 5 new districts, replacing the current blighted stadium and asphalt parking lots to include housing, recreation, entertainment, and park spaces. We're getting a world-class roof stadium with a commitment to LEED Platinum standards, and we are getting the club to pay for the stadium, a stadium that we will own. We will also create a maintenance fund to keep pace with the capital investments necessary to keep the stadium current and earning and producing for the residents of the district. We include a $50 million community benefits agreement, preferencing wards 5, 7, and 8. A project labor agreement on the stadium and adjacent hotel that preferences trade unions as long as they meet DC resident hiring commitments of 51% of hires and excludes contracts of $15 million or less from the PLA, making way for CBE engagement. We are proud to support a CBE equity requirement for projects valued at $40 million or less in the mixed-use development. Also, we support enforceable mixed-use development milestones for the master developer. We also get the creation of 30,000 construction jobs, up to 6,500 new homes where 10,000 DC residents will live, and nearly $18 billion in direct spending and over $5 billion in total taxes from both the stadium and mixed-use development. In our wide engagement strategy since we inked the deal, you asked us many questions and offered many suggestions, but 4 main buckets emerged. You asked us to reconsider parking. We listened. We are committed to robust traffic management planning, the evaluation of metro needs at the current station and future station needs, and consideration of the necessity of a 3rd parking garage and where it might be sited. Further helpful council enhancements include the addition of the parking tax, capturing non-stadium ticketed event day parking, as well as the creation of the transportation fund with allowable uses for parks and green space infrastructure. You asked us to improve our commitment to the environment. We heard you and we agree. The team has made clear in writing its approach to both the mixed-use development, the stadium, and the long-term operations of the sites. You asked us to produce more general fund revenue. We have redesignated sales taxes produced at the stadium to the general fund rather than the RFK fund, and included a sales tax on parking and food and beverage. And finally, enforceable timelines for mixed-use development delivery with the addition of expedited administrative supports is included. Now, this is where we are. We have secured the land. The commanders committed to DC to get to RFK, to me, since June of 2024, with an exclusivity period through the council's planned recess of July 15th. Community engagement and 2 council hearings and dozens of community meetings have concluded. An amended deal reflecting the council, the community, the team, labor, small business, and my priorities is done. And now it's time to get through the window of opportunity before it closes. On Friday, council members, I'm asking for your strong, unified vote to help shift our economy, grow jobs, grow business opportunities, and to bring our team home. Before I take your questions, please permit me an additional word of thanks. I'm so grateful that in my 10 years as your mayor, to be served by tremendously hardworking, smart, creative, committed public servants. From my executive teams at the EOM and the City Administrator's Office and the Senior Advisor's Office, to my budget team, the big deal team at DMPED, my intergovernment and my comms team, to all my cabinet officials, past and present, and to DC workers on the front lines and in between. This is what they have in common: an immeasurable love of DC, an immeasurable commitment to securing our rightful place in this nation, and the fact that they can't stop, they won't stop, and they never quit. I speak for them when I make this promise. I make this promise to the residents who have elected me 3 times to serve as their mayor and have trusted my judgment in doing so. I promise to get this right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, you know, I told the audience yesterday and last week, no applause. So, I didn't hear that. So we're gonna have 2 rounds of questions. I didn't really do the math for how many minutes this adds up to. 15 minutes for members, first round, 10 minutes for members, second round. I'm gonna go last in the round. Councilmember McDuffie, do you wanna go now?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you both to Ms. Clausen, Commander's leadership, Madam Mayor, your leadership team. There have been a number of conversations that have transpired that I've been a part of that I think have resulted in a better deal today than what was originally proposed, and I appreciate the collaboration throughout that process. I think a part of that will continue in some areas that I think can be tweaked, but I want to begin with the mayor. I think as much as I want to see this deal get passed, as much as I think this is a great deal for every single District of Columbia resident, there are some people who have not been a part of this process. And I want you to speak to some of those folks. I want you to take a moment and think about what it means for many long-term residents, especially those in areas adjacent to the RFK site, and what benefits they will accrue as a result of this comprehensive economic development project. I think some people have invoked the wharf as a model for what the RFK campus could be, and there are a lot of things that I like about the wharf, but there are a lot of things that I think some people feel are out of reach to them at the wharf. And so I want you to talk about how residents across the District of Columbia, Kingman Park, Benton Terrace, River Terrace, Langston Terrace, will see themselves reflected in what happens at this site once it's all done.
Well, thank you for that, council member. And we have, and you have been a part of it, made every effort to have wide-ranging community engagement in Ward 7, in adjacent neighborhoods, and across all 8 wards. People, no matter where they live, are interested in economic development projects that have a citywide impact. And I put this project in that category. Obviously, we start with the impacted neighbors, and as I mentioned, visioning sessions have been ongoing in Kingman Park and surrounding neighborhoods, even prior to my involvement when Events DC was conducting those visioning sessions. I have participated personally in Kingman Park meetings going back probably 2 years
talking about our vision. Councilmember Felder, I know, has conducted individual meetings and throughout Ward 7, also to elicit feedback. And every member of my cabinet has been out in the community across all 8 wards providing a briefing to make sure members of the community were aware of the deal terms. Now, you are aware that this entire campus is subject to the Anacostria Watershed Initiative goals. And those goals include turning that 180 acres into a vibrant community. They include affordability goals, environmental goals, including how we better connect to the river. And also, they comment on transportation goals. So I think residents have engaged for many years on how these parcels can be transformed. So when you ask about how long-term residents that live close to the campus might feel, many of those long-term residents lived there when it was a stadium, an operating stadium, and when the football team did play there. And they are some of the most ardent supporters of bringing the team home. I would argue that living across from asphalt in a blighted stadium is the worst case scenario. And we have an obligation to get those parcels in productive use. The argument I made to the federal government that we could do it better, faster, and be more reflective of the community. And I think that the consensus plan that my team has worked on with the commanders, the fact that we chose a master developer, which I know many of you favor, means that we will be able to deliver on that vision sooner.
Okay, we talked, or you talked a little bit about the CBE discussion that is part of this deal. I think the CBA, the Community Benefits Agreement, Certified Business Enterprises, for those who are not familiar with the alphabet soup. But starting with the Certified Business Enterprise requirements, I have long been committed to ensuring that our local business community has a meaningful opportunity to engage and to participate in economic development projects, generally speaking. I know you have as well. But this isn't any ordinary economic development project. It's a BFD, I think is what
It's a
you called it
BFD.
in your opening statement.
Absolutely.
And so I think a BFD deserves requirements that perhaps go above and beyond. And I have pushed to move from the base requirement in the law of 35% CBE minimum spend and increasing that to 40% as a baseline with a goal of 50%. That's the council's role, and that's one of the things that we have been pushing for. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on why engaging certified business enterprises, small business enterprises across DC is
parking, where we now have enabled a tax on parking as well as revenue sharing on non-event days, non-big event days. So this is everyday parking and a host of other opportunities to benefit. We see that as almost $400 million of benefit to the district. We've also agreed to carve out the sales tax on everything that is sold in the stadium. So food and beverage, merchandise, all of those items are revenues that now will go to the district. That's around $250 million. And then, of course, we just got done talking about the community benefits package, which gives you $700 million of ongoing revenue that the district will be able to utilize to be able to address many of the challenges and opportunities that the city has. The third area, and perhaps the most complicated in all of this, is the mixed-use development that happens around the stadium. And that is a function of really taking a step back and thinking about what is best practices for developing the opportunity of mixed use so that the city is able to benefit from where the real economic value from that comes, which is ongoing property tax, income tax, sales tax. The key to that is getting the development done as quickly as possible. The shared incentive that the district has with the commanders is that we want to work in an expedited way to achieve that, because that will not only unlock value for the district, but it also is the way in which we'll be able to build together the benefits of that. Remember, $4 billion of overall tax revenue that's associated with mixed use. What we've been given in this deal as an incentive to move fast is consistent with every other development deal on deferred rent that has been experienced in the district. That is designed to accelerate and create speed. What's different about this deal and why this is such a positive opportunity for the district is that by assigning responsibility of master planning to the commanders, we are also responsible for delivering affordable housing. We're also responsible for delivering 30% of this acreage as open and green spaces. Those commitments would normally come, if you were doing these one at a time, with additional financial benefits or subsidies. But by doing it in the way that we've put this project together, it gives us the fastest and surest way. I don't need to call out other areas that have not been able to deliver on that timeline, but our ability and responsibility to do that gives the district the greatest confidence and security in getting this done as quickly as possible. In fact, already within the timeline we're committing to is to have development ready at the opening of the stadium, where some of these projects could take decades to get done if we weren't doing it in conjunction with the stadium. Our commitment of being able to do it is going to enable there to be opportunity that is created as soon as the stadium's open. We're ready to put the resources there to get that done. You will see a commitment from us attached to legislation on a timeline of development that essentially will start in 2030 with meaningful progress and will continue over the next 10 years. If you put that up against any of the other development timelines that have been in the district, right, some of which we're still waiting for, this gives us the commitment and the conviction to do that, and we're prepared to pay the rent regardless of the pace in which we operate. And so I think the elements, there is something in it for however you're looking at trying to draw economic value out of this deal, along with a strong shared partnership of commitment to accountability.
Thank you very much for that, and I hope I have a few minutes more of my
sorry.
time.
You have 6 minutes and 48 seconds.
All right, we're in great shape.
Anytime.
We're in very good shape. Anacostia Commons, the Riverfront District, and I'm looking at your visual. What is your timeline for that? Because you just indicated that you want to have these projects, and I'm assuming you're functioning for all basic purposes as the master developer. Okay. Master developer, tell us please, when can we expect the Anacostia Commons and the Riverfront District to be realized, because the stadium, we need it by 2030 so that we can be competitive nationally, internationally, big events that you've excited us about. So how do we know we're going to have any of this done? Because I want to walk the riverfront while I still can. Okay?
Councilmember, you and I can take that first walk together along the waterfront. So part of what we know is going to be required from us to deliver on the ambitious goals and commitments that we've put forth is to create dedicated resources within the project that are operating on different parts of the project. So the team that is going to be focused on developing the stadium and the parking will be single-mindedly focused on that to ensure that we're on track, stay on timing, and deliver that by 2030. In addition, we will have teams that are responsible for developing the other districts that include certainly the waterfront, but also the Plaza District and other parts of the development project. That will enable us to move in parallel, and that's going to be the fastest way in which we can achieve it. Now, one thing that is important, that as we develop these parcels and we develop these districts, that we're doing it in a thoughtful and purposeful way, so that the things that we're putting in place are in support of one another, that we maintain the balance, that we meet all of our requirements on delivering affordable housing as part of this. And so over that 10-year horizon, the way I would expect it to be happening is actually a pretty steady cadence. You may get a few things that happen early, but each and every year we anticipate adding more and more development over that timeline. Aggressive, but I think also appropriate for what the opportunity is. The waterfront, I will just say, one of the great news about this project is we are responsible to live within the Anacostia River and waterfront initiatives. We have the responsibility of the 30% open space. And as you might imagine, even in the idea of incentive to develop, as we develop the waterfront, those trail systems, those walkways, the waterfront itself will be very, very important to have happening in tandem with that.
All right, and so as all of this is moving forward, when you sign on the dotted line, if we get this deal done, are you saying that you're committing to 30% or more of those who work on these projects, of the benefits that are accrued from it, let's say in the retail, will be district residents?
We certainly, one of the things it's a very good question. And, you know, one of the things that we've come to appreciate as we've talked to all of the residents and neighbors as well as the council members is opportunity is defined a little differently depending on which group we might be talking to. So in our mind, we think this project is significant enough that it can deliver meaningful benefits across all of those, whether that is maybe through the lens of labor, as we think about PLAs and our relationships with the unions, but we also think it's about local residents that are hired. We're talking about, I promise, the fastest way to getting to thousands, tens of thousands of jobs is through these initiatives. This should be a real support for helping residents of DC find meaningful work on a project that can become a career. One of the benefits of having the roof on the stadium is these are not part-time jobs. When you're only playing several football games a year, you're using part-time labor. Our ability with this facility and venue that we're building is to hire people for lifelong careers and being able to develop labor. And that's important, I think, that we have local residents represented. Councilmember McDuffie talked about the CBE and small business. That is another opportunity that we think we can achieve. And the power of doing this holistically as a partner is our ability to work with each of you to find those opportunities and ensure that within the construct of the deal that we've put together, we believe there's presence for all of that to be achieved.
I appreciate that very, very much, but what I'm asking, as master developer,
Right.
I want to understand for each of these color-coded areas, what's the commitment for DC residents? That's really very, very important, and so that's what I'm trying to.
Yeah, I understand.
And when I say commitment, this is what you will sign on the dotted line for.
Yeah, and council member, so all of the laws apply for first source hiring on construction, and, yeah, all the laws apply for first source hiring on construction. In operations, if that's what you're talking about, let me just confirm any other operational commitments.
But certainly property tax, other streams of revenue that come from the development are what make up the $4 billion. And that's really where there is no exclusion or lack of direct benefit to the citizens.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to kind of clear it up
Yeah.
that we're not just speaking of the stadium.
No.
And the construction of the stadium.
No.
We have all these divisions within this campus.
Absolutely.
And I want to make sure that DC residents have access to the
Yes.
jobs and to the flow of income that comes from it.
Yes.
And council member, the reason I asked for this slide to be displayed is because you started at the onset of who's accountable for what, and I wanted it to be clear that we've divided the campus into these 5 districts, plus the Anacostia Commons. I call it kind of master developer light, because the team will be responsible for the 3 parcels, the stadium, the plaza, which will be the entertainment district, and the riverfront district. While the district will retain for development the recreation site, which is where we want to locate our sportsplex, as well as the Kingman Park site, and we will dispose of those sites in our normal DMPED disposition process.
Right. All right, thank you, and I
Thank
ran
you.
out of time, but
Okay.
thank you so very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. All right, we talked earlier, devil in the details matter, so that's where I'm just going to jump right in on a lot of this. Has the team met with ANC 6B about your transportation plan yet?
Yeah, I don't think we've developed the full transportation plan, right? We've started with an early process, and we expect to do much more conversation with the community
So,
if
sorry,
we're approved.
My 15 minutes will go fast. That was a yes or no. We've met with the ANC or not?
We met with them? Do you remember meeting with 6B? No, we have not.
Okay.
Who's the chair of that ANC, sir?
ANC 6B?
Yeah.
It's chaired by Edward Ryder.
By who?
Edward Ryder.
Okay.
So the transportation plan puts 4,500 cars per hour on the roads through Ward 6 heading to a stadium. 3,000 cars per hour on the Barney Circle access road, which is about a 1-lane road where it is filled with, it is not a space where 3,000 cars can get through now. But that is more vehicles traveling through that neighborhood than anywhere else within your transportation plan to get there. So when I talk a lot about transportation, parking, that this should be a transit-focused development, bear in mind, I represent Ward 6, where you're sending the majority of your cars through on this. The plan that you would put together says it's transit first as a development, and I want that to be true. 8,000 parking spaces has been a non-starter for me. I think we've made some progress with that commitment letter to hold off on one of those garages. It doesn't exclude that other garage, though. It's just kind of hitting pause on it. But there is no way that the roads can handle 3,000 cars an hour on that access road. How was that determined that you would send 3,000 cars per hour down that access road off Barney Circle?
So let me take it, thank you, Councilman, good question. Take a step back for a second. As we've said from the get-go, as we started into the analysis on it, one of the things that really works in our benefit is you're coming from a position that a stadium already existed, right? And the transportation needs and infrastructure of the area has remained significantly aligned to where it was when it was servicing, literally 40,000 fans coming to a game. What we think is powerful about where we are today is the fact that in addition to that, you've got a behavior that exists in a highly prevalent way, which is ride sharing and ride drop-off. We can use the best practices in the league, which direct traffic in different axes and different approaches to the stadium. If you are in a parking garage, you follow one. If you're doing ride share, you follow another. You have multiple ways of entering the grounds.
Agreed, and I'm gonna jump in though, because my time's gonna tick
I
down
know,
fast. I
it's
don't
fine.
wanna be disrespectful, but I'm gonna have to kind of keep
It's
moving.
okay.
The more parking spaces we build, the more vehicles we're inducing to keep coming and drive. Because we do want people to take ride share.
Right.
We do want people to take Metro.
Yeah,
So there's no scenario though where our existing Stadium Armory Metro station can handle major events, let alone a Super Bowl. We know that we're gonna have to invest in that, and we've seen this movie before. When we did Nats Ballpark, we made significant investments. They were the right investments to make at our Navy Yard station to expand its capacity and access. What are the team's understandings of how WMATA's capacity is gonna have to change, and why wasn't WMATA in the initial deal?
So we understand that that hub is going to be a very important transit point for fans coming to the game. It is a little different than some of the other hubs that are out there because it does bring more scale and more capacity than other stations. Now, I do believe that part of what we've been working on collectively over the last few weeks is a transportation fund that will enable us to have security around the fact that if we need to alter it, if we need to improve entrance
But let's be
or
honest with you, it's not
exit.
an if, like, we will need to improve it. We
And-
will,
and
right? And I think the transportation fund is a great way that we can make sure we're putting the dollars into that.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's an if. We know we've got to make improvements to that station. We know we do, to be able to handle that. So the timing's gonna be important. I have every belief you and your team are gonna work incredibly hard and fast to get to building this stadium. Has WMATA leadership been engaged at this point yet in the design around this? Because if we're going to be making significant improvements at Stadium Armory Metro, it's going to need to align with the schedule that you've got, because we can't come back after you open it and start redesigning the station.
I mean, we've had several conversations about how we work on the next stage of detail around this. I do think that the validation of what's required is going to be an important step in the journey. I think by securing the means in which to invest in that, the district has gone a long way in being able to create that room. Our willingness to work side by side to ensure that we validate certain parts of the transportation plan are absolutely a priority for us.
Okay.
Councilmember, might I jump in? Because I do think we need to be a little bit careful at pre-committing WMATA to pay for something that belongs to WMATA.
That's not what I suggested. We would have to pay for that.
May I finish? Because what I'm suggesting is that the compact invest in metro stations all over the compact area. And I would be careful for this council saying that this council has to pay for a new metro station. Maybe enhancements to the current station, but some of these enhancements were contemplated 20 years ago with the AWI that have nothing to do with this stadium. They have nothing to do with it. It is already contemplated that this 180 acres will be built out and that the current metro station might not be sufficient at full build out. That has nothing to do with this stadium. So I would be careful. I would just really argue for the benefit of taxpayers that we don't let WMATA or the compact partners off the hook in terms of investing in compact stations. That was what they did when we built the Silver Line. That was what we did when we had the Dulles Airport stations and all the stations. They didn't have to pay for it.
Thanks. So
The
if
compact
we're going to be
paid
spending
for
our
it.
tax dollars on parking garages, I'm okay with us spending our tax dollars on Metro.
I'm okay with it if we owe it. We have to pay our fair share. We have to pay our fair share. We have to pay our fair share. So let's not give up that argument before we make it.
I'll make sure we get Virginia and Maryland to pitch in on the parking garages then too. So with the WMATA, we've got to be able to build more metro capacity to be able to handle this, in addition to the 20,000 new residents. And that's the future of this site to do that. In the letter you shared last night, you've talked about being able to wait for a third garage. What's not specified, though, is how are you going to evaluate when to make a third garage? How do you do that?
Yeah,
What's going to be the metrics that make you decide, let's build a third garage?
Yeah, so basically, it's going to be based on utilization of existing facilities, what the demand is for parking to determine whether we have the capacity requirements to add a third garage. So I thought it was a fair challenge by the community. We had a lot of good conversations. All my neighbors in Kingman Park spent a fair amount of time with me on this one, on both location of a third garage if we need it, as well as can't we just wait and see how we're doing on transit. So we're not committed one way or the other than what we have to make sure is that we're supporting the demands of the stadium. We're going to do everything we can
Help
to
me
drive
understand
transit.
how and when you make that call around if you want a third garage.
So as we're operating the second garage, as you know, on the master timeline that we have, we would, in original plan, we were rolling right into the third. We will take the time to do an appropriate study, which we will share with the council on what we're finding, on what the demand is from fans, from our events, from concerts. We'll have the luxury of having been operating for a while. Yes, there's surface parking that might be the backup until we fully develop, but we'll have a good understanding of what the density is. And if we don't think we need it, or we don't think we need it then, that's the commitment that we shared in the letter, is that we will do it only as we need it, based on the analysis that we'll do together.
Councilmember, might I add, and we heard quite a lot from community members, of course, on parking and access to parking. And I believe the prevalent view was where the parking was, not that they wanted fewer parking spaces. I think that there is kind of a conflict of, we don't want those cars parking in our neighborhood, so we want them to have parking on the site. They were very concerned about having a wall of parking garages that they look at from their neighborhood. We have spent some time on some concepts that would move, like the concept that what you saw there, that map is a concept. It's not set in stone. And so what we have worked on in the last several weeks is how could we readjust it so that some of those parking spaces are moved more out of sight so it doesn't present a wall of parking to the community. And it also would shift around how people would access from what streets they could access that parking that may in fact change the parking, the transportation analysis that you just referenced. So I don't want to leave the impression that people in the community have said they want fewer parking spaces. They want better location and a better looking approach to parking. And I would also be careful to suggest that we don't want to build, while I fully support a pause and evaluation to see if you need more parking. Listen, these guys don't want to build, these parking spaces cost a lot. I'm sure they'd rather invest it in something else. But you do want the facility to operate well. The last thing we want to do is spend a lot of money on this site and get the type of reviews we hear from other stadiums, that nobody wants to go there, the parking's terrible, the egress is awful, the acts don't even want to come. That's not the experience that we want. So I think that the pause is a perfectly reasonable thing to do, but I think that the community would be happy to hear that there's some thought about how you could move a third station, a third garage if it's necessary.
Yeah, I think community's been pretty loud and clear both on moving the location and also reducing the number. We've heard from thousands and thousands of
I
residents
have a
that want to see
different
it.
impression.
Well, we may hear different people.
Okay.
But folks are saying they want less parking, but the orientation, I agree with you, that is something, and I appreciate the team has been very willing
Yeah.
to talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to talk for a moment with my remaining time in this round on some of the environmental issues, and I had reached out to your team in advance, Mr. Klaus, so I want to make sure we understand one element here. In the letter last night, the team committed to a LEED O&M Platinum standard and then a LEED O&M Gold standard for the mixed-use development. The problem is that standard is for existing buildings, not for new construction. It could be, LEED is a highly technical thing, so it could be just an honest mistake or a typo, but I want to give you a chance to clarify because we're clearly talking about new construction.
Sure. So thank you for that. Obviously, nuance and leads and what the definitions and descriptors are. When we went back and looked at it, benchmarked other stadiums, tried to figure out where the standard had been set, our aspiration has been to create an environmental plan that would set a new standard for stadiums. The reason that we chose the commitment of O&M is not simply the fact that it many times has been applied to an existing building, but what it really represents is the environmental footprint ongoing in a building. When you think about stadiums that have been the standard like Mercedes-Benz, their Platinum O&M is about ongoing efforts to run the stadium in a way that hits the highest standards. And so that is our commitment. We also will be building the stadium with the design and the enablers to be able to achieve it. But we think, true and consistent to the city's objectives on clean energy, really what's going to be most important is not just simply the construction, but the ongoing operation of the stadium. And so getting that to that standard would put us at the best in the NFL, right? Tied with Mercedes-Benz.
Mercedes-Benz was B and C. So to be able to match what Mercedes-Benz did.
8 years ago when they did it, the standards are quite different. And so when you think of, let's use the 3 stadiums that are being built right now that have roofs. Nashville, an attempt to get to gold. Allegiant, which is Las Vegas, is silver. Cleveland, no rating or certification. Our proposition and commitment to the city would put us #1 in all of football, in the strongest commitment to the community to deliver on environmental objectives, which we believe is the right thing to do.
It is, but I think we can meet and exceed the standards that have been set already with Mercedes-Benz. So I want to continue to push that we don't do a standard for something that was already built, but we put it for new construction because that's what this is. Quickly on our remaining time, I'm also going to hope this is a clarification. Within the legislation, it waives this project such that you can cut down all trees. I'm going to assume, but please clarify,
Yeah.
that you do not mean the Anacostia Commons or the riparian
For
area.
sure, yeah.
And if that's, I believe that's probably what you're agreeing to, but we'd want to clarify that because I don't think that we want you to come in the name of expediency, clear cut on the river's edge, and I don't think you want to do that either.
We are not anticipating cutting down trees on the Anacostia waterfront.
Okay.
All we were asking for within this is the ability to move quickly through processes that exist today to make sure we're responsible, but yet that we keep the speed and the pace of the development in those development areas going. So yes,
And
rest
that's where
assured.
the details matter since
Yeah, I
it's
get it.
moving fast, so we can clarify that.
Appreciate
All right, I'll
that.
come back on
Thank
the
you,
second
Councilman.
round. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think Councilmember Allen was reading from the draft legislation and noted that it just spoke to the campus, and the clarification here is just the parcels that
That's
you're
right.
controlling. Listening to the back and forth, what I was hearing from Councilmember Allen was the OM standard is a little bit different than new construction?
So there's a standard, a rating and a standard for construction, and then there's a rating and standard for ongoing operation. The advantage that we see in the commitment to the ongoing operation is that's what's really sustaining your footprint going forward. And that's where we believe is the greatest opportunity to have impact. To deliver upon that, we'll be constructing the stadium with the appropriate levels of solar and watershed and many of the things that are necessary to achieve it, but it holds us accountable after we're done to achieve an environmental goal, which as I read the district's commitment to clean energy, it feels to me that it fits far more in the ongoing operation and our ability to deliver on that over time.
And you can't get to OM without building to.
Well, what it does, so the one advantage to OM for the team, just to be completely transparent, is it allows us time to adopt technologies that enable you to get to the energy footprint that's certified platinum. And so where it may take some time, and by the way, Platinum O&M from Mercedes-Benz, which is a great role model, took 8 years for them to get to that level. And that's because some of those technologies that are being implemented just take time. But the bottom line is this will be a stadium that will establish a new bar, and in comparison to any of the other stadiums being constructed today, would put us at a higher rating and a higher level of commitment.
Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Klaus, and to the rest of the organization. I appreciate how much work you all have done up to this point, and I think, like most, we are hopeful that we can get over a finish line. One of obviously, the stadium is the most exciting piece. Housing is probably, for most DC residents, the biggest need that we have. The timeline on the stadium is it being operational by 2030. On the 6,000 housing units, the timeline is 23 years, so almost 2.5 decades. How do we move that much closer?
Yeah, it's great. It's certainly a great question, and one that we have a strong degree of commitment to work together with the district on doing it. The first thing I just would say, though, is our pacing of development on housing will run in tandem with our pace of development. So we will be delivering housing throughout the timeline, inclusive of the fact that we are required to deliver 30% of that housing as affordable housing. Mm-hmm. One of the things that we've been talking quite a bit about, and I'm grateful to the council and mayor and everybody trying to figure out how are we responsible partners while enabling us to move as quickly through zoning and some of the other processes, not to risk any environmental or community, but really to accelerate the timeline. So I think what you'll see is a cadence that has housing developing in tandem. Now, this is something that I will say maybe a little more directly personal from my own experience. One of the things that is extremely important in building these communities out is that we don't do the housing in isolation of many of the services. So we need to make sure that things like the grocery store are happening in a cadence and pace that moves. There are many examples of housing developments that are done rapidly that don't contemplate the building of a grocery store or medical services or other support in the community. We have to put this in a master plan that moves those things in tandem together, but there's no intent for that housing not to get done as quickly as we possibly can.
And Councilmember, if I could clarify, we're proposing in our development timeline that's in the draft legislation, a 10-year build out. And so our last housing would be started in 2038, and we would like to deliver housing concurrent with the stadium. So not 2.5 decades, but less than a decade.
Aiming to deliver in 10 years?
Yes.
All of the units?
Yes.
All of the units. Okay, that would be excellent.
Yeah.
Penalties if that doesn't happen?
So one of the things that we've talked about in this, and I think a very strong push from council members and the chairman, is to try to create a mechanism where there is commitment and security to certain things like rent that will happen if we deliver or don't deliver, while also providing some incentive and shared opportunity for us to move quickly. So in essence, what we've done is locked in a certain degree of conviction that regardless of our pace, if we somehow fall behind, we're going to be paying rent anyway. I do think it's important to note one of the things that makes this so tricky, and I know you will appreciate this, is that it's hard to delineate sometimes between those things that would be a delay that we're responsible for something that may be out of our control. I'm not talking about economic environment. I'm really talking simply about administrative, bureaucratic, things that might get in the way of a pace of progress. What's great about this initiative and project more than any that I've seen is that there is literally no benefit to the team for these areas and parcels to sit vacant. In fact, all of the opportunity is aligned with the district in moving the development as fast as we possibly can. So you have both penalty and you have carrot, and that is a little bit of the way that this deal was constructed, I think, in a way that can help that.
I got a couple other issues. Okay. The rent is another piece that confuses me. You're paying $1 in rent.
Right.
What is the penalty?
It's moving forward the fair land value rent. I mean, one of the things that's important to remember, I'm asked this question a lot about the dollar rent. First of all, just to be clear, I mean, I know we all know this in the room, but just so everybody listening can, that is the standard development runway relative to enticing development and bringing folks in to build. Additionally, part of the reason it's that way too is because today this is vacant land that's value is only in the fact that development can occur. So we've been given deference of rent to a certain period of time. What we've agreed to do is if that delivery, if we don't stay on pace, if we don't stay on delivery, that timeline will move forward.
Do we know what the fair value is, or do we have an understanding of what the rent penalty would be if the housing isn't built?
Yes, we do. Right. I mean, we have an estimate.
Okay,
I
what
don't
is
think you
that
could possibly-
roughly?
I think we use an appraisal process.
Yeah.
I expect we'd use an appraisal process at the time, or when we need to do that, right?
Okay, we haven't done that yet?
Well, for currently, yes, and the value of the
Right.
property is.
Okay, because I've seen that appraisal. It appraises for $1 or for
Yeah,
no value.
it's extremely
So-
low.
Okay, so I'll need to be clear about that before we sign off on Friday. For the headquarters, Mr. Klaus.
Yes.
You have referred to this multiple times as a homecoming, but the headquarters is going to remain in Maryland. I think about it like, I was saying, let's go steady. We're going to move in together, but I'm still going to keep my place in College Park because I don't want to make her upset. I can't see that happening in any other state, and I have a real hard time swallowing
Yeah,
that.
and I appreciate the question. One of the things that I think from the get-go in this dialogue is there is no hesitation with me at all to continue to build our presence and our leadership presence in the district for all the reason you're describing. We're going to have a stadium, we're going to be selling, we're going to be doing lots of things in the district that will both attract opportunity as well as make our presence really clear. It's important to remember that I have 200 colleagues that are currently based their lives and their living around College Park.
A few miles away.
Yeah. And yes, that may be true, and I will promise, as I've committed before, to continue that dialogue in a very open way. Our presence in the district is a top priority for me. I've said this in multiple occasions. We're going to have a stadium here. We're going to have so many of our ticket holders and sponsors in the area. It will make sense for us to be here in a significant way. I have stopped short of saying that we will move the entire headquarters immediately, but I've left very open in the commitment that we will work on a path together that would satisfy your request and be able to make us feel good about us being good neighbors and partners in DC.
Well, that is short of a commitment. You use the word commitment, but that is not a commitment. And I just want to be clear, that wouldn't fly in any other state, none. And that's not fair to DC residents.
Councilmember, may I jump in for a second? We're not any other state. We don't have 2 senators, and we rely very frequently on the 2 senators in Maryland to be helpful to us, including for getting this site in our control so that we can control our destiny. Now, I have had forthright conversations, and I know the commanders have, with our partners in Maryland, our political partners in Maryland and in Virginia. And so we have made clear our desire to get our team, the Washington Commanders, in Washington. But we didn't make it a kind of a free-for-all of DC going into Maryland. And respectfully, council members, I would ask you to help me keep that commitment.
All right, this is the first I'm hearing of that commitment. So hard for us to keep a commitment we're not aware of, and it still makes me uncomfortable for the reasons I stated.
Council
and I
member,
understand
I've had that discussion with you personally.
But we have not talked about that commitment. You said it was, I'm not going to repeat our conversation that we had, but this is the first I'm hearing of a commitment, respectfully.
Well, let me
Well,
clarify.
I'm going to move
Let me-
on to
I just want to clarify, because you're right. I didn't use those words commitment because it wasn't like I trade this for that. But when I tell people I'm going to do something, if I leave out that I'm also going to go for office space, then I would feel like that was a material omission.
For the community, we are, I do not believe we can or should pass a bill without a plan to protect the residents surrounding the RFK site from displacement. We are very clear on what we need to do to get the commanders here in terms of taxes, revenues, and all that balance. But there are people who live around the site now whose tax dollars are going to be used to build the stadium. That will price them out, whether they're renters that will see rent go up, or they're retirees whose property taxes will go up. And Mayor, can you commit to working with us to create a housing preservation fund to keep nearby residents, especially low-income and fixed-income homeowners and renters in place with some of the revenues that come from the project?
Say more about that, Councilmember. I mean,
What-
I'm sorry, I didn't, you said, can I commit to a preservation fund?
Correct. Obligating some of the revenues from this project to prevent displacement, particularly for low-income and fixed-income homeowners and renters.
Well, I would first want to look at kind of our existing protections for property taxes. As you know, Councilmember, we have pretty robust protections for all homeowners against steep increases in their property tax bill. Every homeowner is protected by no more than a 10% increase in their bill. Seniors have even further protections. I think we can thank Councilmember Anita Bonds for pushing for senior property tax that would prevent a senior's property taxes, I think, from going up any more than 2% in any given year. So this council has had the foresight to put buffers into drastic changes in the environment for more steep costs. So as you know, I am very much focused on housing preservation. I would like to hear more, but I think that that's a concern that people around McMillan might have. That's a concern that people around Walter Reed might have. That's a concern that people around any new development might have. So I think we should consider it from a citywide perspective.
So we want to applaud that? I mean, we're talking about the second most gentrified jurisdiction in the nation on a project that is absolutely going to make the cost of housing skyrocket. I don't think, and if we kick that past this deal, I don't see us coming back to it.
Is that a question?
No, it's a
Okay,
statement that I hope you would agree with.
Well, I don't know how else to answer that question. Because we have had this debate around a lot of our projects, including in Congress Heights around ESA. And part of our approach to dealing with that was to work with residents who wanted to become homeowners. We started homeowners clubs. We encouraged people who wanted to move from their homes into the newer homes on the Congress Heights campus. So I would like to look at, and I'm very much in favor of having property tax. And when Anita moved this some years ago, seniors over a certain age and income not having to worry about increases in property taxes. I think that's the way to handle it.
Well, so you believe that what we have in place is sufficient to prevent displacement from this project for the surrounding residents that live there?
I don't know what you're pointing to in terms of values that are skyrocketing, or if those values would exceed the 10% protection that's in place. So I would want to talk to you a little bit more about that.
There are renters there too. I'm not sure what the question is, but let's try to close this loop before Friday.
Yeah. And Councilmember, just to add, I want to make sure I come back to your opening comment on our lack of concern about supporting this. Part of this deal is constructed with a commitment to affordable housing to make sure that we're doing our part to ensure that this community develops in the right way. I am certain what my colleagues were implying is that we can't change on our own a legislation, but we certainly can be part of the help and the support of it.
I appreciate it. The mayor can be helpful. My colleagues can be helpful. And none of us are new to this. We know what happens to promises that don't get locked in, and we know what displacement looks like in this city more than anywhere else. And I'm not going to turn a blind eye to that or forget about it.
Respectfully, Councilmember, my record on moving legislation at this council related to property taxes, I'm quite sure exceeds yours. And I have been engaged in it since my time on this council and as mayor.
All right. If you got the shot in that you wanted, let's now talk about not displacing the people around the
But
stadium. Thank you.
let's be factual.
All right.
Councilmember.
Yes, she should be respectful.
I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. Mr. Klaus, you're the president of the Commanders. Your office, where will your office be?
I will, as I do today, I spend time, it will be in all three. So as a business that is spread between College Park, DC, and Ashburn, Virginia, I have employees and team members in each and every one of those locations. And so my goal will be to create an office, but I will tell you that being centrally located in DC is an enabler for me to be able to drive the agenda, be close to what we're doing on the RFK process. I will have the majority of my time here in DC.
So you're looking to your office being in the district and senior leadership?
Yeah, we'll also have additional senior leadership. What we will do, and just again, to remind everybody, we still have a stadium in Landover, Maryland that we're going to be playing in for the next 5 years. It's important that our team members are able to support that facility and be part of the work that happens at that stadium. In a natural flow of where the work is, I think that's what we've said we will continue to evaluate as we move forward. But yes, you can count on senior leadership, on members of my team that will be office here in DC.
And sales?
Sales will probably be the first major role, as you can imagine, as we begin to set up the sale of seats as well as on our sponsorship. Be very important to have them here.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's not morning anymore. Good afternoon. So I think, Mark, in our very first meeting together, I brought up parking, and we talked about the overall number of parking spaces. I think I asked Commissioner Goodell, is there a parking minimum that we don't know about? He said there was not. And so I want to express appreciation to you all for hearing the community on this. I think it's a big deal that you're not going to build the third garage, because that was one of the big things for the Kingman Park neighbors in terms of, a wall of parking on that front. So I want to ask a couple of some clarifying and specific questions. Sure. I'll also say for the record, too, that your team has made yourselves very available in conversations with us, but sometimes we got to reflect that on the public record, so just bear with me a little bit. So in your response to Councilmember Allen, in terms of the determination about building the third garage, you all, it sounded to me that this would be a post-stadium opening decision. Mm-hmm. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. So given that it's not going to be built sort of for, I think you guys call it opening day, does that mean that we will not have to issue the bonds for this garage until it is determined whether or not it's necessary? I'm not entirely sure who answers.
Go ahead, Amy.
Yeah, we are obligated to build the third garage if it's to be built, so that's a commander's cost.
Okay.
Not associated with the bonds.
All right. Okay. Now, the other thing that I talked about in terms of the parking overall was around the revenue sharing. One of my concerns was, I don't want to agree to a deal with you that we haven't agreed to with all of our other sports teams, and I know that they would just come right around the corner and say, hey, we want the same deal that you gave the Commanders on that front. Mm-hmm. So my understanding is, in terms of the revenue sharing on the parking, is that we would get non-commander event days. Is that accurate? Okay.
I would say non-major event days.
Non-major event days. So I asked you this yesterday, and now we have in legislation some definitions, because I think definitions are important. Are you comfortable with the definition of what we have here?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So I don't know if it's been circulated, so I'm gonna just say it for the record. Okay, stadium event day interval means the period beginning 10 hours before the scheduled start time for the commencement of any commander's event and terminating 4 hours following the conclusion of such commander's event. I think that was something that we looked at yesterday. But can you speak to, in terms of your plans around the Plaza District, in terms of parking there? Because I think this is important, right? If we have parking minimums on certain parcels, properties, et cetera, we could talk about that from the zoning perspective. But let's say you build a hotel, is the hotel also going to have a significant parking garage there? Or talk about your plans around how we're gonna utilize this piece, because I think some people would say, oh, you're just getting the parking garage for non-event days, that's not a big deal. But I actually do think that it is significant if you all are reducing parking in the other
Sure.
places.
Great question, and as you know, I love talking parking with you. So the first thing that I would just say is this, as you've heard me say multiple times before, there is a relatively significant difference in this deal architecture than perhaps other teams that might claim what you're suggesting. And the biggest is that we're building it all ourselves. That's not something that we're asking on the vertical cost for help on. That's our contribution to parking. And that's part of why, and we're owning, operating, and maintaining the parking. So I think that's why we felt like this deal and the revenue sharing as part of it was a great compromise and a great way to build this out together. I do think what's important, and this is where I think the planning will be quite meaningful for us to work together on, is what we believe is the best way and one of the best practices is to create a circumstance on the mixed-use development that pushes parking into the garages that you've already built. So in essence, what we would be suggesting, obviously where we're required to provide, and we would, living, housing, so forth, but being able to constrain parking in other areas will ensure that we keep the parking garages full and operating on those non-game days. And that's why, as you look at the revenue and you say, well, gosh, how do I build this bridge to, $200+ million? It's a function of the fact that over time, as this develops and builds out, the demand on those garages, because of both the way we develop it and the magnitude of development, is what's enabling those garages to be utilized.
Okay, great. Now, my inclination, and this was in the transportation study that you all shared with us, right, is around transit first. I think the easiest way to get in, if I'm going to Nats Park, I don't want to drive ever, right? I always want to take the metro in terms of that being an option, and I want that to be the case here. It just makes it easier in terms of, I think, a fan experience, but also for those of us who do other items at stadiums, that experience as well. You know my woes about walking up that hill to get to your current existing stadium.
Yes.
One of the things that a couple of constituents brought up yesterday during the public testimony was that they felt that we didn't have enough parking garages existing in the city in order to be able to host large events. And I think sometimes people forget that WMATA has parking garages too that are already built that go underutilized always, almost often. What are the conversations that you all are having with Metro around how do you use the Anacostia station or the Deanwood station or the Landover station to be able to drive people to those access points if you feel like you got to drive from the suburban areas in, but then get on Metro to come into the city?
Yes, so thank you, Council Member. One of the things we've done in the analysis and study is we've looked at parking holistically, and it's one of the reasons that gave us a bit of the confidence to suggest that a pause happens before that third garage, because there are creative solutions that allow us to help fans choose different approaches through transit, and it may be, as you describe, a mixed transportation day. I'm going to go to this location, and then I'm going to come in, and we're going to work to facilitate that, right? So in some cases, it might be, you park at a transit station, get on. Another might be I park somewhere and I get on a shuttle that's set up to bring people in, along with, of course, the ride share that's out there. The one thing that I will say, and I'll regret this if I don't mention it today for all my fans out there that also want to still be able to tailgate at a game along the way is part of what we're trying to do is create a range of options for fans to be able to celebrate. And although this will be a far different experience than Landover today, we're going to have tremendous entertainment. That Plaza District is going to be a platform for celebration through a variety of different occasions, and that we give fans choice. And that's really, I think, what we're after, is to ensure that we create a transit-first mindset, as we said, that's the goal, but still create an opportunity for people if they want to participate in game day in a tailgating manner that they may be holding as part of their memory or experience at the game. But I think the good news is we believe there are a variety of tools we can deploy to ensure that people that are looking to avoid some of the congestion that we talked about earlier with Councilmember Allen can be actioned, so that you're not having to drive right down the street to the stadium, but you can do it even if you are coming from the suburbs.
Right, okay. Mayor Bowser, so the term sheet called for $3 million, I believe, for WMATA transportation study. Is it your, or the city administrator, either one of you, is it your expectation that WMATA would begin that study immediately and not wait?
Yes.
And there's money actually in this fiscal year's budget, so we can begin immediately, even before the end of this fiscal year.
For
to be able to
fiscal
commence.
25?
There's money in the 25 budget, capital money to do planning for the campus around transit and transportation.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the development pieces, we've talked a lot about the plaza zone, obviously it's sort of next to on the stadium. And looking at the legislation, there is a limited zoning exemption, but it's only for the plaza commercial parcel as well as the public sports and recreation facility. Does this mean that the public should have the expectation that the Kingman Park District and the River Walk District will go through the traditional zoning process, Mayor Bowser?
I haven't looked through you're referring to the legislation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because, yes, I think. Can you say that question again?
Okay, so as it's currently drafted, the limited zoning exemption is for the Plaza District commercial parcel as well as for the public sports and recreation facility. So I'm assuming that's the sportsplex in terms
Yes.
of the definition. But
And
that,
the parking garages.
yes, but that the Kingman Park District and the Riverfront District will go through the traditional zoning process.
Okay, so if that's where
I believe the language in the draft bill is similar or identical to the language that you had introduced.
okay, because we advanced limited zoning exemption for stadium district, parking garages, and sportsplex. It was my understanding that you would advance limited zoning exemptions in your draft for the remaining parcels at Plaza and River District.
If I may jump in, Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
We believe that the Plaza District has a temporary zoning exemption similar to the stadium and parking, whereas the Kingman Park District and the Riverfront District will go through the full zoning process. And the temporary zoning process is only meant to allow the development to occur quickly, and it's one time. Zoning will be placed on those parcels, including the stadium, at the completion of the full zoning process.
Okay, I know that some folks have raised that, I mean, we're supposed to be going, well, supposed to in the future, we got to do another comp plan. So don't want to preclude the conversation in terms of what's going to happen next on those particular pieces. I want to turn to labor, no, I'm actually going to stick on development just for a quick second. Have you all selected a master development partner already?
Not until after we're getting a vote tomorrow. So
That's good to hear. So then my next question is relevant. What are you looking for in a master developer partner? Because I think that is important in terms of, I appreciate you included in the letter that you're going to have someone who is going to be a community liaison. That was a request of the community to be able to talk about some of the things that comes up. But who you pick is just as important as us partnering with you.
agreed.
Yeah, I think we've envisioned this in several ways in order to make sure that there is the most economic opportunity for district residents and other businesses. And we've had obviously extensive conversations, and per our letter we shared last night, we envision bringing in multiple developers on different parcels, including folks that are both capital partners and development partners. So if you have capital, you may join us and participate in an equity manner. We may sell you a parcel. We may partner alongside of you with a joint venture, or you may kind of have the opportunity to participate, alongside of us in other ways. And so we think of it as a kind of a broad array of opportunities as we think through the site. We think of ourselves as kind of the master developer, holding that vision so that we have an aligned campus. We know the uses, we know how the architecture and the square footage will be delivered, but that bringing partners on board in a variety of ways that meet the market and meet kind of the needs of the district residents and businesses.
Okay. I know that my colleague next to me is definitely going to get in terms of the labor piece, so I'm going to ask you just really quickly about the community benefits agreements. We had a lot of residents from Ward 7 who testified yesterday who brought up how important this was to them. And while I appreciate the commitment of 50 million, it's 50 over 30, but that's okay. 50 is great. When I do the math, though, in terms of the letter of where we are already saying we're taking money off the top, right? So I just want people to understand 20 million for the youth academy, which I think is important, 3 million for the grocery subsidies, 7 million for investments in local business subsidies, et cetera, 5 million for the workforce and apprentice, 2 million in terms of community tickets. And so at the end of all of that, there's about 13 million that is left. Now, per the legislation, the funding will be deposited in a community reinvestment fund, but the legislation doesn't talk about what is the timing of that. So when will that be agreed to in terms of that access to that 13 million that hasn't already been designated in one of these other categories?
It will, I mean, the intent, obviously, that was designed to ensure that the council has an opportunity to evaluate other community needs that might be out there. It will be deposited in a way that allows an annual withdrawal on equal measures on top of where some of these may be a little bit more front-loaded depending on the project. So these are the ones that we've committed to as part of, in some cases, a little bit shorter timeline where the need might be a little greater right away.
Okay.
That's how we're structuring it today.
All right. I don't have enough time to get another question off, so I'll give you my 30 seconds back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Bowser, I was just looking at the bill as introduced and the draft bill that we have.
Yep.
And this speaks to your question, Councilmember Henderson, about the zoning. The language is identical, except in the draft bill, we add the Plaza District.
That's what I believed, yes.
So what's in the draft bill is a little more expansive than what you introduced. It's not the entire campus.
And it's
not
not
the
all of
entire-
the commander's parcels either. So yes, I'm agreeing with you.
Does that answer your question, Councilmember Henderson?
It does. Yes, thank you.
Next on the list is Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon. I'm going to jump right in. I'm going to start with labor and CBEs, and want to say to the public, when we talk about project labor agreements, what we're referring to is sort of who will be able to actually get the construction jobs, get the work in the district, which is something you all said is important. And the reason why labor is so important for us is because, as you all know, for those of you who are labor or not, labor means that they get good benefits, they get good supports and protections on the work site. So that's why we're focusing on labor. And I'm also focusing on CBEs. When we talk about CBEs to the public, what we're saying is certified businesses, enterprises that work with the city, that are based locally here in the district. And that's what you all have said to us. You want us to focus on local people getting those jobs and being able to do business here. So with that knowledge base, I want to start with, there's a $15 million, thank you all for the $50 million CBE carve out. I know that represents sort of about a 0.6% of the sort of stadium construction costs. I think DC standard requirement for government issued assistant projects is a 35% CBE participation, which we are very proud of as the district. Given that DC taxpayers are contributing such a large amount to stadium construction cost, why is the club only committing to, I guess, such a token amount for local certified businesses when sort of similar private developments in DC are required to meet 35% CBE participation?
I'll let you go ahead and
Thank you for the question. We actually are committing and working with Mr. McDuffie on a 40% CBE
Wonderful.
participation.
Great.
The $15 million carve-out is meant for the stadium PLA to
Okay.
encourage smaller contracts to also be awarded to CBEs.
Okay.
And so I think they both work in tandem in that one meets the overall goal, and the second one allows for small contracts to be awarded outside of the PLA
Great.
to allow those companies to compete effectively.
Great, that's great to hear.
And Councilmember, not
Yeah.
a total of 15 million carved out, but contracts below 15 million are carved out, so it could be more.
So it could be more, gotcha. Thank you. The 51% district residence threshold for hotel union trades create a convenient escape hatch that effectively makes, I guess, the PLA optional. I want to make sure, I don't want this to appear designed to circumvent labor requirements and rather than ensure district hiring. So how will you prevent contractors from deliberately failing to meet this threshold to avoid PLA obligations? And what stops the club, I guess, from simply hiring non-district union workers to bypass these requirements entirely?
You want to start?
Sure. Yeah, I think one of the things we really focused on is that the PLA on the stadium is something we volunteered and negotiated with the mayor in collaboration, and we're happy to make sure that those are powerful union jobs. When we think about the balance of the campus, we are focused on that this should be a district first kind of project, this piece of the campus. We think of it as two very big bites at an apple. One has already been kind of covered by a full PLA. The balance of the project, we believe, is smaller projects, smaller scale projects, much more fine grained, and that we want to make sure those district residents and district businesses see themselves in that and achieve those goals of shared economic prosperity, which is one reason we felt very strongly about the high bar for district residents to be employed on these projects.
Understood. Will the district residency requirement apply to all non-hotel work in the commercial partial as well?
We have proposed that we would enter into a PLA with the unions on a single hotel project at this moment, and that we'd work with them to meet this goal, right? We'd have a pathway to figuring out how we can get as many district residents into those contracts, into those labor trades.
Got it.
The balance of the hotel projects would be available for typical contracting, making sure
Understood.
CVs have full participation.
Got it. Getting to this loophole once again. So DOES typically determines the work hours performed by residents versus non-residents after a project is completed through sort of a closeout report. And so how will the percentage of work completed by district residents be determined, and how will it account for the variable percentage over the course of the development?
I think that's something we'd work with the unions on in order to kind of look forward and predict where our labor would come from based on our contracts. So we would go out and bid the job and say, let's look through into each subcontract and let's talk about the employment, perspective for each of those work sections.
Okay. These are the details that are important as we finalize sort of what the labor agreement will look like. One thing your commitment letter does omit is PLAs and LPAs, which are labor peace agreements for the public. For the bulk of the RFK development, I think the retail, office, and residential components that represent the majority of the project's economic impact. And so I'm wondering, this suggests sort of, are you all only willing to accept labor standards where legally required while avoiding them everywhere else? Or will you are you willing to commit today to PLAs and LPAs with identical CBA and resident hire requirements across all phases of the RFK development?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I think the thing that we've been talking to the unions extensively. We are trading draft LPA documents and PLA documents, and it's very hard for us. And I think maybe it was Councilmember White said this. We haven't even started dating, and that feels like we're getting married. We don't know the timeline for the development from a zoning and master planning perspective. We know when we need to start. We don't have a sense of exactly what we're going to build. We don't know the economics. And so we are trying to make sure that we are delivering a development as fast as possible and not adding any kind of restrictions or barriers to that at this moment. And so
I hear you.
While we're happy to add those kind of agreements to talk in the future, it's hard for us to agree fully today.
Okay.
And for what it's worth, I do think the progress and the constructive nature of the dialogue, both from a PLA and a labor peace agreement, has been, in particular on the stadium, has been very constructive. We feel like we're in a very good position. In fact, I think we're close probably today to sign the SEIU agreement as part of an LPA for the stadium and parking. And that, I think, will continue to be a drumbeat of consistent
Got it.
representation.
Yeah, and I get we don't know what some of it's going to look like, but we had a map earlier, I think, when Councilmember Bonds was asking questions of like what some of this is going to look like. So I do think there's some possibility there to further make some commitments as it regards to some of the parcels we sort of know are going to be a part of this project. And I think that was one of the big selling points when we had the negotiations with Capital One Arena, was like the big commitments for labor were up front, and that made us feel really comfortable with moving forward with it. And so as much as we possibly can sort of get some specific dates and timelines there, that would make it easier for those of us who really want to make sure labor is going to have meaningful opportunities in this project ongoing. I want to move on from labor for a second and talk a little bit about some of the environmental standards. I know we talked about LEED a little bit. The Anacostia River restoration is a major environmental priority. Who specifically sort of is going to oversee environmental compliance, and how often is monitoring is going to be conducted, and what's that budget for enforcement there?
Our Department of Energy, the Environment, and Department of Buildings will be very active in overseeing their respective regulations are in place and complied with at the construction site.
Will you all require stormwater runoff to be managed on-site and mandate, I guess, at least the 60-foot natural buffers along the river banks as recommended by sort of environmental experts?
I mean, we expect to follow all the full legislation and do what we can to protect the Anacostia from, construction runoff. So we will meet all the requirements for stormwater management on the site.
Got it. You all mentioned the 30% green space commitment, which I really appreciate that commitment being put forward. How are you all calculating that? Is that 30% of total campus area or developed area?
The 30 space commitment is of the total campus area.
Total
And
campus.
it's defined by actually NPS standards on what that can be. So it has to be, kind of very much usable public space.
Got it. What enforcement mechanism do we have or exists right now if this target isn't met?
Councilmember, that is a requirement of the federal legislation, and we do not intend to run afoul of it. And it also excludes the riparian area, which we call the Anacostia Commons, which cannot be developed.
Got it. I want to talk about waste, because that came up yesterday as another way to meet environmental goals. The average NFL game generates about 80,000 pounds of trash, much of it sort of single-use plastic. Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz Stadium achieves 90% waste diversion through reusable cups and composting programs. What zero waste commitments will you make for RFK, and making sure that DC can expect the same environmental standards as Atlanta, and there's a number of other jurisdictions who are doing it. Oakland has mandated 25% reusable for large venues starting July 2025. LA Memorial, Coors Field. So this is happening. In New York City, just started allowing fans to bring their own reusable water bottles into venues, reducing the plastic. So what are our zero waste commitments? That goes into environmental expectations.
Thank you, council member. That could not be a better example of why O&M is so much more important to get to than just a building standard. So as part of that commitment that we agreed to as far as platinum certification and working toward that, that will be one of the components that we would have to deliver on. And that would not be the case if it was just simply the build.
Gotcha. Last question on that piece. DC law requires new buildings to be fossil fuel free by 2027. I know we did an exemption for Capital One Arena for these requirements, Madam Mayor. One thing I want to know is is there going to be some guarantee that there will be minimal or no exemptions granted for the RFK development, or are we going to be foregoing our climate commitments?
Well, we would avail ourselves of the process, council member. As you know, the law allows, and I don't know if we've gotten to that point, because the commitment that the team has made is to explore all energy sources. and they are not precluded from using the DOEE process that requests modification or exemption.
Understood. I look forward to working with you all on that and making sure that we're doing our best to meet those goals. Some operational questions. Again, Christopher Nelly from the DC Firefighters, Local 36, highlighted in his testimony yesterday that the district has not opened a new fire company since 1988. Despite decades of high-density development across the city. Given the scale of what's envisioned at the RFK site, including 6,000 new housing units and major entertainment venue, how does the administration or the commander's organization or both plan to ensure that fire and EMS services aren't stretched thin? And will a new firehouse be formally incorporated into the RFK development plan?
I expect, I'm getting a little ahead of my team now, but I've heard the same information from our fire department
Okay.
that we will work into the capital budget a new fire station.
Great. That's great to hear, and I think DC Bravest will deserve that, but also it's something that has to be a part of that infrastructure, so I really appreciate that answer. In my last 2 minutes, I want to go to some of the things that I hear most from community members about, and that is some of the terms of, as we look at the community benefits agreement, and help me understand this and making sure I have those numbers right. Is the commitment $50 million over 30 years, which would amount to $1.6 million annually, or what is that? I want to make sure, like 1.6 annually feels like then it's lower than what it should be.
Sure, it's 50, technically speaking, over the entire agreement, it's 50 million over 30 years. However, there are particular elements within the CBA that would be pulled forward on a shorter timeline.
Okay.
Some of the subsidies that are in there, some of the job training and development that we think will be very important to the community rollout are on a little bit of a faster timeline. So you'll have a little bit of front loading, but the total program will cover 30 years.
Gotcha. Okay, so some of that, so it will vary. It won't be sort of divided like 1.6 annually.
It'll be
over time.
50 million in total, but there will be a little
divided
higher
differently.
annual rate where some
Understood.
of these programs are coming a little early.
Okay, and not to get ahead of my Ward 7 colleague here, but the thing we hear about most is a grocery store, and I keep hearing you guys say there's a grocery store subsidy. Does that, in DC terms, does that mean Ward 7 is getting a new grocery store? I don't know what subsidy I get. Like we were saying, grocery subsidy. What all residents are saying. Does that mean Ward 7 is getting a new grocery store?
Our commitment is to bring a grocery store to Ward 7, and the subsidy we believe is necessary in enabling us to attract a partner to develop it with us.
Okay, so that subsidy is really an attraction. Is our ability to attract someone or some company to agree to create a grocery store for Ward 7 residents?
That is correct.
Understood. Okay. I only have 20 seconds left, so I'm going to give that back to the chair and look forward to a second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. I keep collecting these seconds from colleagues. Thank you. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. I'm going to start with what I hope are relatively easy ones. On the mixed-use development, we all talk about 30% affordability, 30% affordable. My understanding is that the Anacostia waterfront zone rubric is even more specific than that. And tell me if I have this right, that it would require 15% affordable at 60% AMI or workforce housing and 15% affordable at 30% AMI, and would have a 50-year covenant on affordability. Is that right? Is that what will apply to affordability requirements?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. The commitment letter, and thank you very much, and I'll join in others. I have met with the commanders a number of times, and the back and forth has been very healthy, sometimes contentious, but very healthy. And one of the things I am sure others urged that there be something like the commitment letter that you've done, and really appreciate that you have done that. One line in the commitment letter is that the club will be responsible for cost overruns at the stadium and the parking garages. And just to be 100% clear, that is if the district's costs for its portion of the stadium or the parking garages is over the amount allocated, the club will cover that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, great. One of the things that I had in my list of things that I hoped would be in the commitment letter was a reference about environmental mitigation and who would be responsible for environmental mitigation. I mean, it's always scary in a site like this. You dig it up and you don't know what you're going to find. But who's responsible for the costs of environmental mitigation in the developments on this site?
Council member, the district, the federal legislation outlines our responsibilities with the National Park Service as it relates to environmental mitigation. I am losing the exact term of the agreement that we have to enter into around environmental mitigation, but I'll find it and give it to you.
Oh, my sense from the back and forth with the commanders was actually that the commanders would bear much of that cost and we would only bear the cost of environmental mitigation in limited circumstances.
We have a responsibility to have a plan with the federal government is what I was referring to.
But in terms of the costs, maybe Mr. Klaus can speak to it, how you guys or Mr. Van Horn can speak to how you anticipate exposure for environmental mitigation.
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, that's a good question, Councilmember. We believe that the only kind of environmental exposure the district has is related to the utilities and the site infrastructure work that's up front. The balance of the soil movement and environmental management will be ours associated with the development efforts.
Okay, thank you very much. And so one of the things that we've talked about is the accountability for the delivery of the mixed use. And Mr. Klaus, I hear you that you have every incentive to get the mixed use and all of the housing built quickly, and that it's important to you. It's also really important to us because the economic analysis shows that much of the economic benefit to the district comes from the achievement of that development and the different kinds of taxes, sales taxes, possessory taxes, income taxes that will come from having achieved that. The timeline, your construction timeline, where you have different obligations that run to 2040, is ending out later than the target of full completion by 2036. I understand the need for a cushion there, but penalties don't begin to come in until later than where the target is and where the economic model tells us is based on for how the district gets benefits. And then the penalty, and help me understand, the penalty for missing benchmarks is that you have to begin paying market rent 1 year earlier than you otherwise would have, which is the first year you would have is 28 years after the lease is entered into, so sometime in the 2050s. How does the penalty for failure to hit a benchmark work?
Yeah, I mean, I think you described it fairly accurately, as you know, and appreciate the desire to continue to find ways to drive accountability, and I recognize that's the spirit of this. What of course is extremely complicated, as you know, is being able to create the means and mechanism in which to describe responsibility for a delay and ensuring that therefore both the penalty and or the incentives are done in a way that makes the most sense. I think what we have to depend on here is the commitment and the transparency of progress that we're making while enabling the certainty of the longer-term financial benefit of the project, recognizing, as we spoke earlier, about how important it will be for the commanders as well to move in an expedited way to develop it.
No, I understand, but I understand the difficulty of attributing responsibility. And actually, in the legislation, there is an out for the penalties under circumstances where the commanders don't have responsibility. But I'm trying just to understand the mechanics, and so the forgiveness, the requirement that you begin to pay market rent 1 year earlier. What year is that? I think it's in the 2050s. Is
Yeah,
that
it
right?
starts rolling it forward a year from there, in essence. So each year you're late, it would move forward a year, is essentially right. So it's actually guaranteeing the rent on the schedule that is committed today, while also pulling it forward relative to it. We hard to estimate economic value of that. Obviously, time will evolve and change, but that is another incentive to put in place to keep us moving quickly.
Yeah, so I hear you, and really trying to hone in here because have you come up with any kind of estimate in terms of the scale of what that cost would be? So let's say instead of starting to pay market rent in 2055, you have to pay market rent in 2054. Ballpark, what are you thinking you could be exposed to in 2054?
We think it could be in the neighborhood of 10 million, roughly, if there's a significant delay across all of the parcels.
So, and that's per year, I'm assuming, and your liability, that it can only walk back 5 years. It can't walk back more than 5 years. And so when we talked yesterday, and one of the things that you said was, well, if we're going to face a penalty going forward, shouldn't we get a benefit if we deliver early? And I actually think there's something there. And it's something that in the next day I would like to be talking with you about, because the $10 million penalty in 2054 is pretty attenuated to me. It's not as tough as I think I would want to be, but I understand you need to be protected against having liability where you don't have fault. And if you're going to face liability for being late, then you want to have an upside for being early. I hear you on that. And I guess what I'd ask on this is just that we can continue that conversation in the next 24 hours.
Sure. I'm happy to continue that dialogue.
Okay, great. Folks asked about tangible incentives for partnership with WMATA. And, I've spoken with members of your team for a while and been looking for something where it could almost effectively be free to use public transit to get to the games, to really incentivize it and look for a way to partner between the team and WMATA, which could be good for WMATA and could be good for the team. It occurred to me in the back and forth that maybe, I don't know, have you explored that kind of idea with WMATA, and when does it become too late to explore that kind of idea with WMATA?
Well, the great news is I don't think there's ever a moment that it's too late. I think the idea of a partnership or a relationship where we're incenting transportation, I think is in everyone's best interest. I think our fans will love it. And I think it could be a very good way in which we work together to achieve some of our goals on transportation and parking, as well as creating a partnership that I think fans will value. I think what you'll find in the road ahead is, assuming that we receive a positive vote on Friday and we're moving forward, then we can begin to have meaningful conversations with partners in the area on how we begin to action it. I mean, in fairness to them, they're probably not too interested in me saying, well, I don't know, and if I do, we'll go. But I think there'll be a lot of willingness to work together to find opportunity, if you will.
And council member, if I could just add very quickly, I had mentioned earlier there's funding in the FY25 budget to do transit planning for the RFK campus. The intent behind that funding would be to enter into an MOU with WMATA to be able to do it jointly with WMATA. It would not be done outside of WMATA's very involvement and direction.
All right, and I'll throw listening to the conversation and I think really hats off to all of my colleagues who have asked a series of great questions. I think on the on the third garage and the question of when will you make a decision around the third garage, it strikes me that I think the city should be a part of that conversation. I think WMATA should be a part of that conversation when you make that decision, because it could be that the decision not to, if you had a decision not to build the third garage, then the team has a significant financial obligation lifted off of it. But maybe some of those dollars could be used for support for transit as further justification for not needing to build the third garage. So I'm curious if you would consider something like that when we cross that bridge, that decision about how to proceed would involve a broad set of stakeholders, or do you think that it's just a decision that would be made internally by the team?
Well, very fair question. I anticipate that, quite frankly, none of the decisions that we'll be making in isolation or alone. We see this from a team standpoint as very much a partnership, whether it's the mixed-use development that we're talking about or a decision as to should we add a third garage or not. So you can count on a collaborative methodology for having this discussion and ensuring that we're all on the same page. I think what we'll be able to do as we progress the project is set up some very clear metrics that we can utilize on density of parking and need of parking to help us inform the decision. Because we may always find ourselves in a position of, well, what if we could do this or that? I think we'll want it to be very fact-based and appropriately governed by us collectively with the district.
So, and the twist I'm adding is that in that moment, also looking at whether those dollars could be spent in a different, or some of those dollars could be spent in a different way that would achieve the goals of smoothest access to the stadium that everybody shares. So just to put that on the table.
Okay.
On the difference between ongoing and at construction in terms of achieving LEED Platinum, I think what I'm hearing is that the ongoing, it's a question of time, that the ongoing you might be able to achieve later than the date of the first opening, but it's a thing you're pledging to achieve. But once you got to the ongoing, then it sounds like, and maybe I'm misunderstanding this, you'd be at essentially the same level as you would have been for new construction. If that's not true, somebody will correct me.
Yeah.
But if it's about time, is there a way to build in a deadline for when you would achieve it? Not just open-ended that you would achieve it,
Sure.
but by a certain date?
I think we'd be open to that.
All right, well, now I get to give the chairman back 7 seconds. Thank you.
I am collecting those seconds. Councilmember Parker.
Chairman, I'm going to have to excuse myself for a couple minutes. I'll be
Okay.
back.
Do you want us to take just a 5-minute break?
That would work for me.
If we take a 5-minute break, it'll probably be 10, but let's reconvene at 2 o'clock. We're reconvening in true council fashion. That 5-minute break was closer to 26 minutes. But thank you, everybody. So the next in the lineup is Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's good to see all of you. I wanted to come back to labor, and I know this was addressed by my colleague, but first I want to just frame for those watching why this is important. So when we talk about labor, we're talking about essentially during the construction phase as well as after the stadium and the parcels are delivered, making sure there are good jobs with good wages, dignified work. And as many know, that is how the middle class in the city and across this country was built. That's why we're fighting for labor. In the fiscal year 26 budget, for context, there was a push to adjust the threshold for PLAs. PLAs, project labor agreements, are these focus points around the construction. I'm naming this as there is a repeated effort to kind of walk back our commitments to labor. Fortunately, this council reversed those proposed changes on PLAs. The ownership group here that is before us and the commanders in Philadelphia made commitments on labor, the same commitments that they are suggesting here in DC they shouldn't have to make. There is a debate not on the stadium, but on the commercial footprint, whether or not these labor protections should apply to the hotels. And if they do apply, are we talking about one or more hotels? Because in theory, there could be more than one hotel. And I'm giving all of this as context for the questions that are coming. And then I would just also say, I think some have an antipathy for labor, especially in our local context, because they would suggest, well, you know, those unions, they don't hire DC folk. They are hiring people from Maryland and Virginia or elsewhere. So as recent as yesterday in a conversation with the mayor, and I give the mayor a lot of credit, she's been sleeves rolled up, really working with members on this. We agreed and discussed, well, let's put a 51% requirement on our labor partners to say, we require you to have a majority of your team members be district residents. I think that's fair. And it's in the commitment letter that we have. I'll start there. Why would we not have a similar requirement for all parts of this deal? That the majority of the workforce that contributes to this project would be majority Washingtonians.
Well, certainly, oh, go ahead. You want to go? No, you go first, Mayor. I'll go second.
That is our requirement, that is our commitment, and the law requires it.
That 51%.
The first source hiring requires a majority of DC residents on these projects.
On the entire parcel, the commercial footprint.
Yes,
Okay.
that's district land.
And that
am I
it's
stating that?
51%.
Yeah.
Okay, I will follow up on that. That is not my understanding that that's what has been aligned, and we have a draft language that I haven't fully digested. I wanted to come to the sticking point here, which is the stadium versus the commercial footprint. So in the language before us, you all have agreed to a PLA, labor protections during the construction of the stadium, as well as a labor piece, labor protections after the stadium is delivered. Is that accurate?
We're in the process right now, so we don't have signed documents, but we've worked very constructively on the stadium. Almost entirely the debate is now coming from mixed use. So from a commitment level at the stadium level, we feel very good and very aligned.
But is your commitment that there will be a PLA and a labor peace agreement on the stadium?
We're required to have the PLA. We certainly believe having the LPA is a good practice, and we've certainly done
And
that.
are you committed to having that on the stadium?
If it is not also inclusive or linked directly to the mixed use. See, what's happening right now is, as we are having, and I think still very good conversations on mixed use.
Yes, I would agree.
The challenge is the willingness to segregate the two and have an agreement on the stadium is not being offered. in absence of having agreement to mixed use.
Well, I'm coming to the mixed use or the commercial footprint. When I say commercial, I'm talking about the mixed use site.
If we were in a position where we could have the agreement specifically for the stadium, we believe we have a good line of sight to that. But we would need people to realize that that's a different
So frankly, how I see this is the goalpost is moving. And whereas the team in another jurisdiction said, absolutely, we will give you these labor protections. Now we're being told that we have to bargain against ourselves. I want to keep going. So what I'm hearing you say is that there is a commitment for a PLA on the stadium. There isn't a commitment just yet on a labor piece on the stadium.
Right.
All right, then on the mixed use or the commercial footprint, I will say, frankly, labor would love labor protections on the entirety of that mixed use or commercial footprint. Just contextualizing where they are, in our discussions, we've been talking about the hotels. For further context, in every other major development project here in the district, these protections have been there. Some would argue, and in our conversations, there's been a debate, well, that's because in those other projects, the district is subsidizing those hotels. Obviously, and maybe we just don't agree, I believe the district is subsidizing this entire site and this entire project. So now there's a debate, do you have the labor protections on one hotel or all hotels? And how can you justify saying, all right, we'll concede on having labor protections on one adjacent hotel, but not on all of them on the site?
Yeah. So I think appreciate the question. As we discussed yesterday, part of the needle, if you will, that we're threading is to ensure that the opportunity for participation as it relates to labor is widespread and broad, with the priority being ensuring that we get to local residents having a great opportunity. I don't see that as necessarily mutually exclusive from the unions and labor, but
Agreed.
I do think we have to make sure that between the CBE requirements, local resident hire, and our unions, that there's enough projects and work here
And
we
so I just
believe
want to be
to
clear,
satisfy everyone.
respectfully, I want to reject this notion that labor jobs come at the expense of small business, CBEs. I agree with you that they can go hand in hand. Now, there's some that give into those talking points and ways of belief, which is why I started with that framework.
Well, yeah,
Is there a commitment that we will have these labor protections on all hotels on the mixed-use site?
I think it's difficult for us to commit to something today that what we know today, right? And the reason why, as we discussed yesterday, hotel was kind of where we landed as a great opportunity.
Yes.
Is because that's what we know we're going
And to be clear, that's not where you started. So labor over here is saying, we want labor protections on the entire site. You started, we're not going to give labor protections on the mixed development site at all. You came and said, okay, fine, we'll concede and say we'll give protections on one hotel, but we may have 3, 4 hotels.
Yeah.
Why would we not apply the same rule to all hotels?
Because I think we need to understand what those projects look like and how they fit into the plan. And just to be clear, so that everybody understands the conversation, we in no way have been trying to avoid that dialogue. We've actually, in fact, with the trades, we've had great progress in discussing this idea of, all right, we've got a hotel that we know we're going to do. Can we align to that? Certainly, you're not wrong that the desire is to get as much of a commitment in the mixed use as possible. And the other thing I want to be clear on is we're not precluding that from happening at all. There's nothing here that suggests that we won't be able to find great opportunities. All we're suggesting is it's awfully difficult. And even some of the other examples you're using in other municipalities is there were very clear projects that were being worked on. And so all we're saying is we want the opportunity. Let's get the stadium done. Let's get aligned. Remember, this is 14,000 jobs that we're willing to commit to.
And
This
for the
will be,
sake of time.
just to be clear, it'll be the largest.
I got that. And that's exactly why we should have protections for good jobs with benefits where people have dignified work.
Can I ask-
One second. respectfully, I get that that may come at a higher cost, but the reason why we're fighting for this, especially if we're saying district residents are now going to be the majority portion of these jobs, is that we know what comes with it. Livable wages and protections and healthcare at a time when those things are being ripped away. I'm sorry, Mayor.
So I just wanted to, because I know you're talking about the stadium and a hotel as if they have the same economic value. The stadium construction is worth over $2 billion, and that is going to have a PLA on it with only carve-outs for $15 million or less work. That is all union.
I get it.
$2 billion. Okay, so what the commitment that you made when you left my office was for the adjacent hotel to have.
And then I followed up just for clarification, because
Yeah.
my understanding was for hotels, and then I thought we were on the same page. And this is why it feels like sometimes the goalpost is moving.
I feel that way right now.
Okay, and did I not share that my understanding is that this should apply to all hotels?
But you did. You clarified that
Yes.
after all of us were in a room and we talked about the adjacent hotel. But I understand the clarification. I appreciate it, but it did move. But I want to say this, council member, because we have to strike a balance. And what we've tried to do is strike a balance. And we have that opportunity because we're talking about a whole campus.
I get it.
And fully, if this is, I'm forgetting the total construction number now, over $4 billion worth of construction, we have the opportunity to have a PLA on the biggest portion. And so now what we're talking about is maybe it's a $60 million hotel, maybe it's a smaller hotel. I think only really one is envisioned right now, and that's the commitment that is being made here. But to suggest that the union labor, and I know you're kind of not agreeing that fewer DC residents work on union jobs, that's a fact.
But-
I know you're not
but-
agreeing,
but-
excuse me, I know you're not agreeing that CBEs can't participate in those jobs. That's a fact. Like, it's a fact.
But we're being disingenuous because.
No, I'm not. I'm not
But when we
attempting to be.
discuss this, the reason why in the commitment letter, there is now a threshold percentage that says 51% of the labor participation has to be Washingtonians is because we've had this discussion. I agree with you fully.
Right.
We
but
want district
this is-
residents to
this is a
benefit from
trigger.
this job.
This is a trigger, right? You meet 50%, you have a PLA. You have a PLA, you meet, like, so we need to figure that out for that one.
No, but I mean, I get that we're moving the goalpost again,
No,
but I
I'm
just
not.
want to
No, no,
square
no,
the
I'm
point
not.
that you just made, that it runs counter, like, because you're giving the talking point that these jobs are not for district residents.
Don't disrespect me like
but
that,
we
Mr.
fixed
Parker.
that by-
I don't do talking points. I'm giving you facts.
We fixed the talking point that was just provided about these won't be for district residents
I'm done.
by putting 51% in the commitment letter. That's the reason why we did that. And so I get that that is a common refrain about labor in this DC context, and we reject that
In what context?
in our local
In the
context.
DC context, that's where we live.
That's
That's
my
who I
point.
represent.
So maybe we're talking
What
past
context
each
are you
other.
talking about?
I'll bring the temperature down. I think we're talking past each other. My point is,
I think you are trying to suggest that if I am arguing for DC residents being
That's not
hired
it.
and DC businesses being used, that some DC context is illegitimate. And that is disrespectful to the people we represent.
so that may work well in this room. My point is, we talked about this yesterday at length. You and I had, I think, 2 or 3 conversations in the evening yesterday. So let's level set with the public. This is not a new conversation. And my point is, because I recognize the validity of the concern that these jobs need to go to district residents, we've already addressed that by saying the majority need to go to
We might have
district.
addressed that. We might have
So
addressed
then why
that.
do we then revert back to the talking point that it may not go to district residents if we've already put language in the commitment that it must, in order for these things to apply?
Mr. Parker, if past is prologue, those commitments have been made previously and not met on our projects. Not on the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge, not at Nats Park, and not at the hospital. That's a fact.
if we are putting it in the language of the law, and that was going to be another one of my questions, but I'm out of time, I expect that is what we're going to hold our labor partners to.
So I want to level set, because I don't want anybody to be left with the impression that I don't keep my word. You left my office. You said that you would support labor PLA on the adjacent hotel with the stadium.
And then
And
shortly,
then you left, I don't know what happened, but then you kind of retraded it with us after I had communicated, well, actually, we were all together.
we were all together.
And that is what we communicated to the chairman and others, and that's why it's in the letter that you see. That's why. So
Missing in that timeline is that we also had 3
Councilmember.
additional phone conversations about this very thing. I don't want to be on the opposite side here. My point is, I think we are fighting for the same thing, which is district residents to benefit from this deal.
well, we are fighting for fairness.
That's
What
right.
I'm fighting for.
That's
That
what I'm
doesn't
fighting
mean
for.
all PLA
Councilmember.
on the entire campus.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Councilmember.
That is what you're talking about.
Okay.
That's
Councilmember,
what you said.
The way the clock works, or at least the way I use the clock, if you say something and there's like 10 seconds left, whoever's at the table gets the next 2, 3, 4 minutes, but your time's up. So
Understood.
now there is another round, although a few members, and I was told hearsay that you were one who thought maybe the second round could be 5 minutes.
I
instead of
think it
10
should be shorter.
All right, we'll see.
But thank you.
I'm glad we're all having fun, and I'm glad we're using the goalpost analogy because that is, I think, relevant to football. Yes. So next in the lineup, next in the lineup is Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I will say I appreciate the passionate conversation from both sides. I appreciate the ongoing dialogue with the mayor's team and the commanders, and the fact that, from my experience, both parties have been operating in good faith. With that, I'm going to jump into my questions. Mayor, I will start with you. I've heard you talk about how we're entering into a shift in the economy. Even your budget was titled Grow DC. Could you speak to how you envision the redevelopment of RFK helping to achieve that goal? And in the event that we were not to pass this deal, what message would that send to investors moving forward?
Well, thank you for that question. And we see RFK as a centerpiece in the growth agenda, but it's not the only piece of the growth agenda. Deputy Mayor Albert and her team are fully engaging in efforts to attract more business and reshape how we spend our attraction dollars in the district to attract more businesses. We want to lean into tech and attract more tech companies and attract more companies that in high demand areas that will hire DC residents. The reason why we say that sports and entertainment is so important is because it will help us replace some of the economic activity lost by federal job loss. And the reason why this is so important now is because we have the right partner, we have the right project that's ready to go and can generate that income really quickly. Now, part of what I think gets lost in our discussions is we talk about 2030 all the time because that's when we want to deliver the stadium. But we will start issuing contracts for this project this fall. The commanders, if approved, will start issuing contracts for work this fall. So these are designers, architects, planners, transportation folks, environmental folks. We're going to hire consultants that will work as our owner's rep. And so there will be money being generated in this economy related to this project beginning when you approve it.
Thank you, Mayor. This is more of a comment, just a request. You mentioned that 2030 timeline, And when I talk to neighbors in the surrounding communities, whether that is River Terrace, Kingman Park, Hill East, Benton Road, they success leaves clues, and we want to make sure that we're planning now, especially as a district, working with our DC government agencies to make sure that in addition to the transportation and parking, the transportation plan, we're working with DDOT, exploring their transportation plan, or even helping with signage, game day signage, and parking enforcement or zone parking. So I wanted to say that I look forward to working with those government agencies to start that process now versus waiting to the construction or the completion of the construction to start that conversation.
And Councilmember, we have learned really good lessons with the package of government services that's needed to facilitate ease of use at Nats Park and at Cat One Arena.
I appreciate that. Moving on to the commanders. Mark, thank you for this letter. I've had time to read it, still digesting some of the context. But I wanted to know, why did you think it was appropriate to send a letter versus an MOU or a legally binding document?
Yeah, so it's a great question, Councilmember Felder. What we found was over the last few days and weeks, we've been working very quickly, individually and collectively. So for many council members, we've had specific conversations and/or with the group, we've talked about things that we want to make sure it's clear. What we realize is that there's a variety of ways this will be documented as we move forward procedurally. New area of education for me. And so what we felt was important is that the things that are important to each of you, that we make very clear what our commitments are, so that if there is a disagreement, we can talk about it, but also you're not searching through 3-4 documents to kind of figure out where it is. It's right here, and these are things that we'll talk about together. Now, given that the legislation's moving very rapidly, and I know the draft is available now, we did tend to focus on things that we thought would not likely show up immediately in the legislation so that you had that opportunity. Our willingness to commit to it in mechanisms that provide the appropriate comfort that we're committing to it, we're more than open to, whether that's the term sheet ultimately or DFA or other things that we'll be working on together. So our level of conviction to that should not be misinterpreted that because it's a letter somehow they're suggestions. These are hard and fast commitments.
Yeah, thank you. And just a follow-up question. I see language in the letter that indicates that $3 million will go towards investing in a grocery store. I would love to see a grocery store east of the river versus on the site. I think with so many investments on the site, a grocery store is given versus the 90% of the other side of the ward, there's a couple of grocery stores.
Yeah.
So we want to expand that.
Yeah, and we're open to work with the community to figure out where is the best location to service the greatest number of residents.
Thank you. I know my council colleague, Charles Allen, mentioned earlier parking. I appreciate that you've listened to Kingman Park neighbors and other neighbors and Hill East as well, and you're committed to pausing. I also noticed you've been in conversations with WMATA about metro improvements and the possibility of an infield. During those external conversations, have you had any conversations with Pepco to possibly relocate the third garage on Pepco site, which will free up more space for development on the parcel? And I think it will also meet the demands of neighbors.
Yeah. Sounds like a great idea to do.
If Pepco is open to that, I want to throw them in there.
Yeah, I think what we've said, and again, I do very much appreciate the conversation and the dialogue with the community. They've been very clear on wanting us to be open to identifying alternative location if and when we need the third garage. So we're open to that. If that's a conversation that could help us, we're more than willing to do it.
Thank you. community benefits agreement. I know you guys received the document that we put forth. I do appreciate everyone on this panel attending a variety of those listening sessions and town halls. I've gotten questions about how did you guys arrive at the 50 million, and is there any way to increase that amount?
Yeah. Well, as you may be aware, I think what we tried to do was benchmark and look at what the requests were. It was really a little bit of an intersection of a couple different variables. And when we've looked at other community benefits packages, and it's always easy to kind of pick one item of a deal and try to compare and contrast it with others. When you put our total deal together and the investment in the community, along with a $50 million number, which, as you and I know, has gone up quite a bit from where we started, and we're happy to do that, and we appreciate the specificity of the asks that we've been able to accommodate. But when we look at the total package together, we would suggest that this is far and away the strongest economic package for a community on a stadium project in totality. And even with the 50 million number, that puts us well ahead of any community benefits package that has been done in the district. So Ward 7, along with the adjacent communities, will benefit from a community benefits package truly better than anything else that's happened in DC.
Thank you for that. Just a follow-up. So 50 million over 30 years. I think about a quote I heard, yesterday's prices and today's price, well, today's price might not be tomorrow's price. What if we wanted to, instead of expanding it over 30 years, we sped it up and maybe, we sped it up and got the money on the front end? Is that a possibility? Because I think about the needs.
One of the things that we've talked about is that there are certain areas within the CBA that makes more sense to us, and I believe the community, to do faster, right? So spreading a subsidy for a grocery store over 30 years, we recognize that's not going to accomplish ultimately what we want to achieve. So there are different elements in there that we are willing to and have committed to doing. I'd want to have a conversation about which one and how to construct that, while making sure that we also continue to protect the long-term investment in the academy and youth sports in the space that's part of this as well.
It's like you're reading my mind. Speaking about the youth sports academy, how can we prioritize Ward 7 youth? We see that some of our facilities in Ward 7, whether it's our Nest Academy or our ice skating ring.
Well, we certainly, so as you know, I think this is one of those great opportunities where we're going to be able to physically locate the academy in Ward 7, while also still supporting the entire DC area. So imagine that we are there physically as part of this program. And I do think that's right. It's in proximity to the stadium. It makes all the sense in the world. And so, although I want to be clear, I think it should provide support to kids across the district. I do think the fact that it's sitting physically in Ward 7 will obviously be a benefit to your community and helping your community.
Have you thought about how the Youth Academy ties into the Sportsplex?
The mayor and I have had a lot of conversations about this, and we do see them very complementary in nature. If you think about this for a second, as you can imagine, the development of academy, we will have classrooms, we will have things that are part of the academy that we can work together with the mayor and the council on the youth sports complex to take advantage of those facilities. There may be basketball courts, track, and the sports facility. There may be football fields at the academy, and our ability to work together to provide a platform for the community is something that we feel is going to be a great opportunity.
Have you thought about a specific location for the Youth Academy?
We want to work on that with the community and make sure that we place it in a location that is accessible to kids. We know many of these programs are predicated on the access that the kids have to the facility, and we're going to want to make sure we do a good job of selecting that. So we look forward to working together to identify.
Thank you. Andy, I have a question. How will you ensure that the construction of the stadium and the mixed-use development aligns with the commitment to keeping the fields at RFK campus open throughout the building process?
Yeah, I think we will work closely with a contractor when we select one to make sure that we have a bright line around the access to those fields and the fields themselves. We have plenty of staging area with the existing parking lots that won't be needed till we actually open the stadium. And so I think we'll use other sites first and make sure that, we only use those.
And just a follow-up, have you given any thought on how you plan to activate the Anacostia River with your development?
I think we have to work with National Park Service. They control the Anacostia Commons, and we have to find a collaborative relationship, which we've started, in order to kind of make sure that we can engage the river in a positive and productive way.
Got you. I know we talked about, Mark, community events at the space.
Right.
I'm thinking about Award 7 Day. I'm pretty sure all of my colleagues will have their award days there as well as maybe the Turkey Bowl. Right. Have you guys given any thought on any other things that the community could use on the stadium?
Yeah.
So using the grounds of the stadium.
Right. Yeah. So I think there's a couple different parts to what I think will be of great support and use for the city, for the district around the stadium. So yes, the stadium itself, part of the agreement creates the opportunity for the district to have 10 days a year to do community events. An idea like the Turkey Bowl or a district state championship or a district championship for that matter, are all things that I think would be great. We'd be excited to do that. And then remember, the plaza area around the stadium will be very conducive to hosting festivals or local community programs, and that is something that we're prepared to work on within models that I think already exist in the city. I'm trying to remember the organization that does that sets up festivals or programs. Like a bid organization. Yeah, right, like a bid organization that can work with different organizations or groups while we make sure that we protect certain events and festivals that are important. As we heard from Councilmember Parker in the opening, we want to make sure those live and breathe in this area, and we'll have areas for that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I defer back to you.
Mr. Mendelson, could I just add one thing? I know.
Oh.
I think it's just kind of important to put on the record for Councilmember Felder, some ongoing efforts to engage the Anacostia River. Some of you may remember that I designated the area a state conservation area in 2018, and we've been doing some design work related to Kingman and Heritage Islands to add an education center, trails, classrooms, and amenities. So we expect that a design contract will be completed by August 27, which kind of blends nicely with this construction schedule, and aspects of what's in the plan could be delivered shortly thereafter. These projects would have to be funded, but we think that the environmental center could go pretty quickly, and we can grow the projects over the years as well. But it can address the riparian areas, the wetlands, and up to and including dredging.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. Let me see. I skipped my first round, so my first question has to do with parking to Mr. Klaus. So I kind of picked this up listening to other council members asking questions. The deal is we negotiated. The district will get revenues off of the parking on non-event days. And the question is, well, who's going to be parking there on non-event days? So I wanted you to elaborate on why you think that, actually, before I say why you think, my recollection is that now I've lost my notes. We estimate the parking revenues from non-stadium event days over 30 years will be $260 million. That's
correct.
You actually have a higher estimate. So where's all that coming from if it's just a alumni event at the
Yeah.
stadium?
No, so a couple different ways to unpack that and how that estimate was developed. So the first thing that we would suggest is going to be an important enabler for that is the continued development around. So think of the entertainment district, the plaza district. These are areas that will not have dedicated or committed parking that will be utilizing the parking garages on site. In fact, one of the things that we're committed to doing is working together to, in some way, of course, appropriate and legal requirements will follow, but constraining parking in the development to ensure that we optimize utilization of the parking garages we're building. And so as you plot this out over the 30 years, you look at the pace of development, you look at all of the non-event days. I mean, even folks that are working, that are there on a daily basis, all of that parking revenue is what's generating the 250 or so million that the city is benefiting from over time. It is important to note, too, that non-event days, as we've talked about, these are not, as one of the articles in the paper described, bar mitzvahs. This is going to be other major events that are in the area. So we talked about a couple festivals that we'll want to make sure that are occurring. Those will be non-stadium event days that will benefit the city in a pretty significant way. I actually think, given what we're building there, it's going to be an amazing site for maybe even things that are happening around the city or new events that can be there as well that will help fuel that. So the combination of how we manage parking, alternative parking in the development, along with all of those days that we plan to be supporting, are all sources of revenue for the city or for the district.
There also were some questions about the community benefits agreement, why it's only $50 million. In fact, I think Councilmember Felder just asked about that. So I'd like you to say more about comparisons with other jurisdictions.
Yeah. So, as many of you know, this is one of my favorite areas of discussion for us, where we'll pick one item within the deal to talk about comparing it to something else. I do think when you look at the entire deal together and the economic value of the contribution to the community, it stands on its own and well above and ahead of anybody else. When it comes specifically to the $50 million, what we looked at was both what was the ask from the community, what did we want to try to accomplish together, while also working in a way that enabled more control and more decision-making within the district and the city council. Sometimes when you see a big CBA commitment from an NFL team, it might be for a hospital that the owners built, right? It might be something that's completely out of the control and or the direction of the council and of the district. And so what we've done here is given more flexibility to DC to be able to choose where best to deploy those resources. And at $50 million, again, there is no CBA agreement that has occurred in DC that's anywhere close to that number. In fact, we have a hard time finding a lot of clarity on what actually has occurred. Remember, the other part of this that's a little different is our commitment to spend time with the city, with the council, and council members every year, along with the mayor and the mayor's team, to review what we've accomplished together as it relates to community benefits. I think that is completely unique. I've not seen that in any other agreement that's been built with a community, and I think it gives the district a lot of confidence in the ability to ensure that we do what we say we're going to do.
My third question has to do with the affordable housing. So if I remember correctly, the terms that you are operating under are from the Anacostia Waterfront Initiative, which requires 30% affordable. And if I remember correctly, that 30%, half has to be for incomes 30% and below AMI, and half has to be, I was going to say 50%, I think you said 60%.
yeah.
60%. So that's deeply affordable and just, I'm going to say healthy affordable. How do you pay for that?
Yeah,
Because
so-
it has a cost to it. I remember a development project when I had oversight over economic development where basically the land was, the appraisal on the land was like $28 million, but we disposed of it for like a couple $1 million. That's one way. Cross subsidization by the rest of the development. How do you pay for that affordable housing?
Yeah, I think that your latter point, and again, this is where when we talk about the economic benefit of mixed use and how this compares to alternatives or other options, and as we judge, is this a fair and equitable way to approach it? This is a great example where the team has concluded that by operating and developing the entire area, it gives us the means in which to ensure that we can make the appropriate investments and or a partner can to ensure that we deliver on the commitments for affordable housing. If you were trying to do this individually, to your point, if there was someone that you were tasking with it, the amount of subsidy and or economic relief that they would be looking for or help from the district is why bundling this together, and when we talk about things like rent or we talk about things like the support to move quickly through zoning, these are all opportunities that we plan to utilize to help us deliver on those commitments.
And the discount on the land helps as well with regard to this. I said the discount on the land helps as well with this.
Well, as we look at it today, when you take a valuation, we talked about this with Councilmember White, there's not a lot of value in the vacant land. It's really in the development and the adjacent development that creates the value. So as we think about it right now, if you were to walk into a conversation with a developer to piecemeal out each of these parcels, you'd be doing essentially one-off economic enhancements to attract anyone into those areas. And I think those are lessons that have been learned in some of the other kind of one-off or piecemeal development. The advantage that we have by doing it holistically as a somewhat master planning model is that we're going to be able to utilize the total economic value to ensure that we get those commitments accomplished.
My next question has to do with the development milestones. So we have in the draft legislation, I think it's 10 stages of development.
Right.
And beginning with outside completion date December 31st, 2030, and ending with December 31st, 2040.
Yeah, so this is designed to be an accelerated timeline for development that is enabled by both the combination of the collective incentive to do this, but also some of the requests we have. Our delineation between some of the different parcels is how we would stage it. The things that we need to develop the fastest is where we're looking for support on things like zoning and other areas that would allow us to move as quickly as possible. I think one of the things that are, collectively, you've heard me say this a couple times today, but part of my hesitation with some of the hard and fast, teeth, if you will, is it's hard to know exactly where we might be faced with roadblocks or things that would slow us down. I think with what we've agreed upon relative to the legislation, it's going to give us the best chance of moving as quickly as we possibly can, and we've now put in some safeguards, at least on rent, to protect the district and ensuring that they're achieving economic support or protection.
So accelerating the rent, which I think is supposed to start in the 28th year, moving it up for every
year of delay.
Every deadline missed.
Missed, right. That's right.
And are you saying that this schedule is aggressive?
I think it's achievable. I would say, yes, it is aggressive. I do think it's in all of our interests, though, to develop quickly. We've described that or said that multiple times today collectively, and that's why we're putting the caveat, if you will, that some of the requests that we have to help facilitate that, and thrilled that we see that as part of the legislation. We think with that in place, this is a realistic timeline, albeit aggressive, but one we can achieve.
Well, I asked that because I think I have in my ear at least one member who said, well, why don't we make it even earlier than 2040?
Remember, the economic incentive for the development of this is relative to the fact that the deferral of rent enables and attracts people to building. The real economic value for the district will be in unlocking the property taxes and the income taxes and the sales tax, right? The rent deferral is an enabler for us to attract the right partners to develop quickly. So what the goal should be collectively for us is to move the process and deliver those milestones so that the city can start to unlock the $4 billion that is there for economic value through those taxes.
I'm not sure that answered the question about if somebody said they wanted it earlier than 2040.
If they wanted the penalty earlier or they
Or
wanted to develop earlier?
The outside completion date for stage 10 is December 31st, 2040.
I think it would be difficult to accelerate it any faster than we already have done without putting risk around our delivery. I appreciate my construction guy returning now. The question was, is there any way to accelerate the full completion of the development? And I said we've already walked it up significantly. That 10-year horizon, we would argue, is still pretty aggressive.
Yeah, what we start to get concerned about is it's obviously competitive against itself. If we're going to be delivering 6,000 units of housing, it's hard to lease that all at the same time. So you need to meter that out in order to have a successful build. It's going to be a very large development. So we are trying to make sure that we can build it as quickly as possible while still leasing it successfully.
And
That's the
you're
balance.
also not starting on this right away. Not that I'm saying you should, but I think the stadium is going first.
No, we in this timeline to deliver those commitments, we're going to need to work in parallel. So in fact, when the stadium opens in 2030, we're anticipating having 3 of our first projects, including some housing, as part of that delivery. And so through a lot of debate and discussion and some I think encouragement from the council, we're going to resource that in a dedicated way so that we're not distracting the stadium team, but yet we're supplementing resources to develop on a cadence so that when we open in 2030, there will be other development that come along with that.
So my last question is just if there's anything more you want to say about your working with labor unions, since there's been a lot of questioning about that.
Yeah, I think that I would hope if our union partners were in the room today, that they would say we are working in a very collaborative and constructive way. I see a very clear runway for the district as a whole to win. And I think there's nothing that would be an alternative to this that's going to be more powerful to supporting the growth of union jobs and ensuring a very clear shared goal that we have to what Councilmember Parker laid out about fair wages, ensuring that local residents are part of our agenda and that we're delivering it. I would be hard pressed to and would vigorously defend that the actions that we're taking aren't designed to do it. I think simply what we're saying is in a world where we do not know what we're going to do in every parcel, we just would like the flexibility to continue to develop and work on it collaboratively the way that we've been doing up to this point.
Thank you. So, and that's perfect timing. We'll try the second round at 5 minutes. Councilmember Bonds,
Thank you very much, Chairman, and I hope to be faster than 5 minutes. Very quickly. I was wondering if the clause in the agreement allows for a bonus payment to the master developer if construction or operations are ready and implemented ahead of schedule. I recall when we did Nats Stadium, the master was able to walk away with about $25 million bonus. So I'm not suggesting that you need that. I'm just simply wondering if that is also something that you had contemplated.
It's a wonderful question, and I can tell you that the diligence done on trying to figure out both the carrot and the stick, if you will, on the mixed-use area was pretty exhaustive. Yeah, on the stadium early, or mixed use,
Well,
or both.
it would be 3 different, remember, we're going to have
Yep.
parallel
Right.
tracks.
Yep. Yeah, I think that the good news for us is accelerating and moving as quickly as we possibly can is an incentive on its own for us. Getting the stadium ready for 2030 is a meaningful and very important, and I know we've talked a lot about time over the last several months, but being able to stay on the timeline, and again, I'm very appreciative of the council's willingness to vote on it this week as a way to keep us moving in the right direction. But I think that incentive is very compelling. As it gets to the mixed use discussion, I do think that where we've landed, which I believe is reasonable incentives and reasonable penalties, I don't think you'd want to move one without the other. And that's what I've said all along, that if there's changement to penalties, and then there should be incentives. But we think we're in a really good spot with where the deal is right now, that assures that all of us are aligned to the objectives of the delivery, and trust on us we're going to move as fast as we can. And if we can get to that earlier, that'll be terrific.
All right, well, thank you on that. And I wondered if there is room in the parallel tracks operating for local developers to lead one of those parallel tracks or several of those parallel tracks.
Well, we certainly hope so.
Yeah, I think that's what we're envisioning. If we're successful getting a vote this week, we expect to be moving forward with the master planning quickly, and then turning that into conversations with partners and other developers to engage. I think we will need more than our efforts to advance this at the pace and the schedule we want, including capital and skill.
Thank you. And Mayor, I was wondering, in getting these parallel tracks operating, should we at the council understand that all contracts over $1 million would come to the council for deliberation?
Related to our parcel, everything that we would be spending as a government, yes. So I would think that everything on the recreation parcel would come to the council. The dispositions related to the Kingman Park would come back to the council.
All right, but there's no ability for us to review expenditures that the master developer would have.
We will have a owner's rep that's representing the district's interest in how we are distributing our subsidy, for example, the construction of the parking. And let me talk to the staff about if there is a quarterly report related to how those funds are being expended.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Did I do 5 minutes? 30 seconds.
I collected
Oh, look at
27
that.
seconds. Thank you, Councilmember
Thank you.
Bonds. Councilmember Allen.
Mr. Chairman, are we at 7 minutes?
Supposedly 5.
All right.
I know, you were promised 10 at the
You said
outset.
10. All right, we'll do lightning round. All right, Mr. Klaus, Do you agree that this site is within and bound by the Anacostia Water Development Zone and the related environmental laws of the district?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you plan to seek any waiver or exemption from DC law on those requirements?
I think it's to be determined, Councilmember. We aren't expecting to, but I don't want to unilaterally promise you that. If anything in our letter even modifies that, that might be the case.
Okay. Madam Mayor, just like we did around Nationals Ballpark, I'm assuming yes, are you willing to commit to having DDOT conduct a transportation operations plan?
Yes.
And then a clarifying question, for the site, will the roadways that are within this site, so as the master developer, but from a city impact, are the streets going to be treated like private streets in the way in which, for example, at the wharf, parking enforcement, snow plowing, things like that are a private responsibility? Or is the expectation that the roadways within this site that you're the master developer of are public and the district has a responsibility for snow plowing, street sweeping, things like that?
Councilmember, can I confirm that? I think that is a point that we have been working on both for these parcels and for the future dispositions at Kingman.
Okay, that'd be helpful. I appreciate
Yep.
it. Yeah, just want to make sure we're clear where the responsibility on that is.
Yep.
Okay. All right, let me try to spend a few minutes then talking about personal seat licenses. So briefly for our public, by way of background, a personal seat license gives a fan the right to buy the Commander's season tickets, but not the season ticket itself, for a particular seat in the stadium, and usually it's a one-time cost unless you're going to, in some time in the future, sell that personal seat license somewhere else on a marketplace. Currently, the Commanders don't have PSLs at Northwest Stadium, but it also has become a bit of a standard practice within the NFL for stadiums. I think 20 teams have that. As part of the term sheet, there's a provision that states that the amount paid by the team to the district for the right to sell PSLs must then be reinvested in the stadium. How much will the team be paying to the district for the right to sell personal seat licenses?
So the way I would describe the PSLs, just to make sure everybody understands, is it's a direct investment from the fans into the construction of the stadium. We are bound that every dollar that comes in through the PSL program goes directly to the construction. And thus then we've built the construction plan to reflect that participation of investment. So our belief is that that'll be an opportunity that could be achieved through, whether you're a longtime general admission season ticket holder to someone who's a suite holder. And
Mr.
so,
Klaus, I apologize to interrupt, but just since I have less than 2 minutes now, I have a couple of questions on this. The question was, what is the amount the Commanders are paying the district?
we don't pay the district for that. It's being invested in the construction. It's a source of funds for construction of the stadium.
That's what the PSL, but within the term sheet, it says that the team will be purchasing the rights to sell PSLs from the district. That's what I'm getting at. I agree with you on where the PSL comes in.
Yeah, the way the function works, I believe, Councilmember Allen, is that we will match the purchase price of whatever the fan buys, and that matches how the purchase is from the district, and then it flows from the district through into the stadium directly.
Okay.
So it's kind of equal dollars.
Okay.
From fan through into
There's
stadium.
no cost there's no cost to the
So
city.
you're not purchasing a right to be able to sell the seat licenses from the district.
Right, and there's no cost to the city for it at all.
No, I know that.
Yeah.
It was more that the term sheet says that you'll be purchasing it from the district.
The way the structure, we would purchase an equivalent seat license from you as a fan would purchase from us, and we'd connect those.
Got it. All right, when does the team anticipate beginning to offer PSLs for sale to the public?
We would expect to be doing that in 2026.
Okay.
Somewhere in the same proximity as groundbreaking.
All right. Does the PSL, while it's focused on a Commander's game, will obviously be holding concerts, other events. Does the PSL convey to those other events, or is it just for Commanders football games and events?
We will figure out what the entire package is, but the focus is primarily football.
Okay. How much in funding does the team anticipate to generate from the sale of PSLs?
Hard to tell. We don't have that number as a commitment. We know that there's ranges that teams have experienced with it, so we're going to continue to do work on that to figure out exactly what it is we need.
Okay. Would I be correct, though, in assuming that whatever that number is that is generated from PSLs, which then is put into the stadium construction, that is part of the 2.7 total number? We don't know exactly what that number is. but
Correct,
It's
yes.
within that number, right?
Right.
Okay. All right, and then the way that other teams do this is that when a PSL is then purchased, let's say you purchase a PSL, 10 years from now, you move halfway across the country, and now you're going to sell your PSL through a third-party broker to somebody else who would like to purchase that PSL. The value of that PSL may have gone up, but the team typically takes 10% of the value of that new sale. Is that correct and anticipated?
Well, each stadium has structured it a little differently. Well, one determination is sometimes stadiums will use it as a source of capital funds as a renewal to do an upgrade to the stadium. So we haven't concluded yet exactly what the time frame will be or how we'll handle someone that's deciding to leave or surrender their tickets, right? There are a variety of different models that do
So
that.
most of the models I've found, though, there's like a third party where if you have a PSL,
In
you
some
want to sell and I
cases,
want to
that's
buy.
true. In
Right.
other cases, it may be that the season tickets just go onto the open market. So there's both models that have been effective. And then you would, in theory, surrender the PSL, but be able to repurchase in a new PSL offering those seats as a seat license. Does that make sense?
Somewhat, but if you're telling me that I'm an investor now, but I want to surrender my license that I just invested in, I'm not sure. It
Well, you have
seems the more
you-
typical
you
way
will
that
have
we've
the
seen
right
is that
to
people
that.
sell it.
You have the right to purchase that seat as a PSL.
Right.
And that can be transferred, that can be utilized. But there's all different models for how to handle if you come to me and say, I no longer want it.
Okay. And that's the model you have not decided on yet?
That's right, we haven't finished that yet.
Okay. Just, it seems that when we have looked at a lot of other models, most of them are that, which is reasonable, you would transfer, or I would purchase a license from you in a marketplace, but the team then recoups 10% of the cost of that as that transfer sale.
Yeah, it just depends, I think, on how you're planning long-term to utilize PSLs.
All right, I know I'm over time. Maybe I got my full 7 minutes. Thank you very much.
7+.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Trying to keep everybody happy. Councilmember White.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Klaus, I wanted to circle back to my earlier question about timelines and commitments. Earlier, you stated that there are penalties if the team doesn't meet its construction obligations, particularly around the affordable housing. But the letter we received last night at 9:49 indicates that those penalties are capped at 5 years. So what happens if construction is delayed for 6 years, 10 years, indefinitely?
Well, it's designed to be on the back end of pulling forward the timing. So if you think about the triggers to a penalty in those out years, the reason that we've put it at 5 is because you have a 10-year program, right? So in essence, the idea that you'd be not constructing anything over the 10-year period seems highly unlikely, and so what we did was pick 5 years. I think we're not opposed to 10, but the idea of it would be that's why. Like, there will be some construction of some sort over the 10 years, therefore, having every year is eventually you will catch up.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is the hope and expectation. From our perspective, a cap on penalties doesn't just limit the financial accountability, it also limits the ability of the city to enforce the project timeline in the long term. So I would want to look at that 5-year cap. Again, I don't think we're going to get to that problem, but we have to make sure the city isn't left hanging without the housing.
I think that's a conversation we can have.
Okay. And you said, I know this is your favorite conversation, CBAs. You said that this is the best overall package of any stadium deal. And that is not fair to just compare one element like the CBA in isolation, which I agree. So let's look at the full picture, the public investment relative to community return. Here in DC, the public is putting up what could ultimately total as much as $7 billion once you account for the land value, infrastructure costs, tax incentives, and the opportunity costs, locking down 190 acres of public land for the stadium. In exchange, the Commanders are offering a $50 million community benefits agreement spread over 30 years. Now, I compare that to other stadium deals. Allegiant Stadium, where the Raiders play, there was a $750 million public investment and a $100 million CBA. US Bank Stadium, where the Vikings play, which was a $498 million public investment and a $100 million CBA. SoFi and MetLife, there was no public money, but $500 million CBAs each. And even this ownership group with the Philadelphia 76ers had committed to a $60 million CBA on a privately financed arena in Philly with no public subsidy at all. So how is, I get that we got to take it in context, but how is a $50 million against a potential $7 billion public investment the strongest deal for the city?
So I think, again, you really need to look at the economic value of the complete proposition. We could pick apart each one of those on the different circumstances. I can start with that the $2.7 billion investment that is being made privately is different than any of the scenarios that you ultimately described. It's also important, as I said before, to recognize what the CBA actually is going for and what the accountability is and what's the reference, what's the city actually getting. The difference in this program is that it's giving the city far more, or the district far more control over the allocation of the dollars, right? I'm not building a hospital that has my owner's name on it and that I'm counting as a CBA. Not to say that those aren't valuable investments in the city, but when you take the $2.7 billion, right, and you take the annuity that's around revenue sharing, right, of $700 million that's going to be generated over the next 30 years, that can be dollars that are planned and deployed to projects and to the residents of the district. And you look at the fact that the development of this mixed-use area, as much as I understand the economic analysis of what is possible, you have a circumstance where there's a partner committing to you to do it and to utilize the totality of the deal, not to come pick you off for one subsidy after another and ensuring that you're writing what would be hundreds of millions of dollars of economic incentives. We see that as part of this collective agreement together. And yes, we have a $50 million CBA that we think covers many of the areas that we were asked to cover, that supports many of the community's asks, as well as relative to other stadium deals. I think when you put into context the total economic package, this is as compelling as any deal that's been put on the street.
I appreciate that. I understand and respect. I'm looking at it similarly, but from our side, the value, the full value of this from the district standpoint, which I would say is in the many billions of dollars. Most of us haven't focused on the CBA yet, so I wouldn't agree that, we've said, here are all the things that are important. We've been really trying to focus on the big picture, most of us. I know my colleague in Ward 7 and a couple others have really thought about the CBA, but we've been looking at the deal. But our projections say that DC will get $1 of tax revenue annually. Council's budget office found that a mixed-use development only would have provided more return on the investment for the city. You're saying, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. We haven't looked in the bush, right? And so I'm saying that we are leaving some things on the table, and I'm looking at these other deals, and the $50 million CBA seems incongruent with the other deals. Not to undervalue what you all are putting in, it's real. But I also don't want to undervalue what the district is putting in.
I certainly understand the request and the question. I just would reiterate again, when looking at what the economic value is for the district and what the residents of DC are going to benefit from this, right? You can always add a little more to CBA and take a little less out of some of the other areas or the revenue streams. My belief is that this deal gives the greatest amount of ability for the council and the district to direct the money to the initiatives that matter most, right? Not switching from a revenue generator into a CBA feels like not an area that I would say is in the best interest. And when we make comparisons of other deals, right, any of the other deals that you described, and you look at the economic value generated and the contribution of what we're making into this as either a total or a relative percentage, this is the most compelling deal that has been offered. And part of our willingness to do this, right, as you all know well, and I said this a little bit in the beginning, is I have an owner who is committed to the district to do something significant. And that is why we are here. That is why we are not creating a bidding war between municipalities. That's why we're working in a way that's been very committed with the group here. And so I would hope that at the end, on through all the great questions that we've gone through today, that there is a sense and a feeling that this is a commitment that is actually different than just a business transaction.
I'll just say this in closing. Because the conversations around what's important for CBA is not one that the council has, right? The closest school, I believe, to this stadium, I think, is Eastern High School. I visited their football team recently. I got to tell you, I was blown away. Most of those kids are going to college on full scholarships. The coach bought their uniforms out of his own pocket.
Yeah.
And I've not, that'd be like top of my list, but we haven't gotten there. And so I just want to say, you haven't heard all the things that are important of concern that I think would be relevant to you. And I want to make sure, as much as we do understand and appreciate and respect the investment you're making,
yeah,
we're making a big one too.
Yeah, and I understand it, and trust me, I certainly do not want to come across in any way not grateful or appreciative of what we're trying to do together.
Same.
I do think one good news for you is, as we've talked about earlier, there's still $13 million of dollars that are sitting in the CBA that can go to a tremendous amount of those causes. And here's my commitment to you. When it comes to football teams in this district that need help, we want to do that. That goes well beyond any stadium. Our commitment on enabling flag programs in the community, making sure we're developing and mentoring coaches so youth programs have the people that can lead these things, that goes beyond any CBA. That's what we need to be doing as the Washington Commanders.
I appreciate it. Chairman's going to cut me off, so let me say thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Council Member.
Thank you, Councilmember White. I believe Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I've got 5 minutes and a couple things I still want to put on to the record. First, I think that some people might think it's interesting that in the letter that you all sent to us, there's a mention of the Washington Spirit, which is not a football team, but when we have, football in the European sense, okay. But one of the things that you all have pushed in terms of this timeline is the FIBA Women's World Cup. Mm-hmm. Now, I've sat with the owner of the Washington Spirit, who's an incredibly impressive businesswoman, and 100%. One of the things that she talks about very specifically is turf versus grass. I want to give you an opportunity, 30 seconds, Mark, to talk about what your thoughts are on that front, because I'm assuming if you're open to keeping this conversation going.
Absolutely.
Grass has to be part of it.
So just the two-second version. You guys ask me tough questions. It takes a little bit of time to get there.
Tick, 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 tick.
This one's an easy one. We will construct the stadium in a manner that will allow us to accommodate soccer, both men's and women's, as well as international. It's important that we have that ability within our stadium. And that's the conversation we've actually had with the Spirit, and enjoyed that dialogue in ways we can partner going forward.
Okay. Yesterday's testimony, there was a lot of things that came up, but one of the things that folks talked about was the $1 rent, which has really been, it's uneasy because it's $1, but in the conversations, and we talk about in terms of the 30% affordable housing commitment, We have talked about whether or not the team would seek any additional subsidies on that part. There are any number of things that could come up, but I just want to point the attention to the legislation, which says the district shall not provide additional tax abatements, tax exemptions, or subsidies for development on the remainder of the RFK campus. I just want to make sure that everybody has the same understanding.
Yeah, so we agree and we understand that, and I think the only moment where you might get from us a proposal is if we think there is a meaningful economic value for the district that we might bring forward from a partner.
Now, I understand too that we cannot bind future councils. Every piece of legislation can be amended and proposals can be considered in time. But what I'm saying is like, I want to see y'all next year talking about we need money from the Housing Production Trust Fund.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay. I want to ask, this is kind of an interesting question, but still one. Have you been to Kingman Island?
Yeah, I know you guys went. I haven't been I didn't go on the boat trip.
One of a big champion for, at least in the emails that I've gotten, has been from the Anacostia Riverkeeper folks, which I think is very interesting because people would assume they wouldn't want any type of development to happen there, but in fact, they do. And I would say out on the river, you have this, it's a very interesting view of the city in that part. And so if you haven't had an opportunity to do that, I would certainly suggest that you do. You've spoken in terms of the economic commitment piece there. But to Councilmember Bonds' point, to the extent that we want to see people activated and on the riverfront, whether it be at the islands or on the pieces, I hope that that can be a part of the vision in terms of the development, that the river is not just a accessory, but it can be a nice focal point to the work that you all are doing. Finally, in my last minute, Mayor Bowser, I wanted to talk a little bit about the Sportsplex in terms of the envisioning timeline for that. Is it an idea, I guess, or our anticipation that both projects will be coming online at the same time?
We would love that, and we will try to get started on the planning this year in order to make that happen. Delano and Deanie's here have been very focused on it. I know you don't have a lot of time, but we want it to be world-class, and it should be linked to your parking question.
Oh, that came up yesterday, right?
Okay.
If I'm gonna have a cheerleading competition event,
yes,
I need
exactly.
some place for the people to
So
park.
people are, families, and McDuffie knows this well. They're traveling all over the country for these travel leagues. We need to be a destination for that for that activity. And they're gonna park, they're gonna use hotels, they're gonna use restaurants, and it can be a big benefit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. We've talked about this a lot from the community. Public financing should include some public access, right? And so I'm curious, what commitments can we make to ensure working class DC families can actually afford to attend games at a stadium they're helping to finance, right? So what can be done there? I know someone suggested yesterday sort of like pricing, public financing, or having some type of like access for public access for certain pricing. What are other stadiums doing, and what are you all committed to doing regarding that?
Yeah, so it's a great question, council member. This is a very important topic of discussion among all of the teams that are building stadiums. We talk about this a lot, especially when we're moving from a very accessible stadium today in the sense of prices and entry. What we're going to do, and what has, I think, become the best practice, is to work on seating and space in the stadium that is really committed to what I would call our longtime general admission fans, so that family can come to an event and be part of what we're doing and have an affordability rate that matches what they should be expecting to be able to be part of it. I think the other thing we're going to continue to do and even put into the CBA is to ensure that there is a large bank of community tickets
Okay.
that can be part of the council's ability to ensure that families, kids, the community can be part of it. Yeah, some of our seniors can be there, as I visited with a few minutes ago next door. They were diehard Commander fans, I got to
That's
tell
right.
you. So I think the ability for us to bring tickets as part of this community
Got it.
benefits package is a great opportunity.
Thank you. I would love, like, that's important, because now it's causing, not because of you all, but price gouging
No,
in
for
general in
sure,
the
for
market.
sure.
It's now costing families like $600 to attend games
Yeah.
now because of that gouging, so.
And I, you know, just one other point on this. I can tell you that from the ownership whose vision of this stadium calls back to the RFK of years gone by, you know, that was a pretty rowdy crowd, right?
That's
that
right.
was a whole DMV in one place. So that's what we want to.
Got it. I'm very happy to hear that. I had to go back to labor one time. We're going to run it back one time in all peace. Yesterday, I think we heard a lot about the importance of labor agreements that we are covering, I guess, both the construction period through project labor agreements, and then the post-construction period, which is even more important, through PLAs and labor peace agreements. Labor peace agreements sort of allow for flexibility that we discuss, but really ensure a framework where workers' ability to union is recognized and protected, and the contractors have assurance that there won't be any sort of work stoppages in ensuring a timely completion. So I guess the ultimate question, it seems like, is being asked by members of the council, including myself, is will you all agree to like a labor peace agreement that covers the entirety of the commercial development parcel?
Again, I think what's the way we have thought about this and the way that we have constructed the cadence, if you will, is to first and foremost make a commitment to advance the PLA with the stadium, ensure that we've got all of our union partners at the table and working together to find solutions. I think when you expand it, we offered a hotel as an option as kind of a first step into that. But until we have that master plan, it is very complicated to commit specifically to that. But our willingness to work together, our commitment to continue to drive those relationships, and what we're doing already, and the constructive nature of that, I will say again, I think our union partners would say.
Okay,
Yeah.
understand what you're saying. I think that's a bright line for many right now as we move into final discussions and final votes. So if we can get some type of agreements that we all can agree on, that would be great. Here's what I see, where I'm just getting to the bottom lines. Here's some of the things that have come out and I think are bright lines. So what I'm hearing some of my colleagues say and the community say is we want some anti-displacement protection for residents of Kingman Park and surrounding areas. Testimony consistently raised concerns about gentrification pressures and the need for concrete tenant protections. So what can we do regarding anti-displacement protections, either from the executive side or the committee side or the club side regarding that to address that? Increase mixed-use development, lease revenue sharing with the district. I'm not sure if that's possible, but what can we do to increase that number of revenue sharing for the community? I think you all talked about this already, but people are talking about capping taxpayer risk and not having no cost overruns on district dime. That's something that would make people feel comfortable. That's a line. Can we see what we're doing? Some hard deadlines and penalties for housing construction delays was raised yesterday on numerous times. What can we do to put some of those hard lines and penalties there for construction delays? LEED, platinum, all of this has become a conversation. What assurance can we do to really say we're going to meet that platinum LEED and do what we need to do, and do it from day one versus later, because retrofitting later literally means it's not going to happen, because trying to retrofit something later is nearly impossible or cost more. Metro capacity funding plan has come up. That seems to be something we need to come up to agreement on. A new fire station construction. Thank you all for committing to that today. The mayor's already committed to that. That came up. Obviously, project labor agreements for all the development, prevailing wage standards and apprenticeship, and guaranteed expanded community access with formal agreements for local high schools, youth programs, and community events. Some of that you've covered on the record today and is already covered. Some of that we still need to work out those details. We have, some time left before Friday. Those are the things that I think are pulling out, are left on the list to either get in writing, agree to, and come to some finalization for. So thank you for this opportunity, and I hope with that list, we can just check off where we are, where we need to go, or what is possible and what is impossible, so we can get to a good resolution Friday. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you, Mr. Klaus, Mayor Bowser. Long day, and you guys have cheerfully worked your way through and been very responsive throughout, so thank you very much for that. There have been a number of timelines that have been talked about, and I just want to state my understanding of the timelines on construction. So I believe that the team has said that it is their goal to complete all of the construction of the mixed use by 2036. That's the goal. The construction timeline, which is what penalties would be pegged to, goes through 2040. And only after, well, there are milestones along the way that could trigger an acceleration of the market rent, but you've left yourself a cushion in the penalty phase over what your aspiration is on the schedule. I understand that. I'm not sure I think the cushion is the right size, but I understand that there would be a cushion. I was heartened to hear you say a receptivity to not capping the number of years of acceleration at 5 years. I do think the nightmare scenario for us is that there is a long delay, and if there is a really long delay, I think we would want to have the most kind of accountability for that. I also appreciate the statement that if there were going to be a tightening of penalties for delay, there should be a reward for early delivery. And I hope all of those things together are things that in the next 36 hours we can try to work together and come up with something that feels tighter from an accountability framework than what we have now. Not a question, but just hopefully, if you disagree with anything that I said, tell me. But if not, then I'm hoping we can work together in the next 36 hours.
Thank you.
Perfect. Kingman Island, I think I was really glad to hear Councilmember Henderson raise Kingman Island. I think it's delicate because it's an important environmental asset, but there was the Kingman Island Bluegrass Festival. And so I do think that it is an area, and it was fabulous and hosted a lot of people. I do think that there may be an opportunity there for the team to meet some of the demand for events in a particularly exciting setting. A different thing that's on the commitment letter is a reference to apprenticeships. And I think that's important. There's been a lot of conversation about PLAs, and in order to operate under a PLA, you need union members. And in order to have union members, we need to get more people trained and part of the union. And I'm wondering, when you think about the apprenticeships in the CBA, are you thinking about partnering with the unions to achieve that, or doing that separately? Because I would really hope that you would partner with the unions so that we have a growing unionized workforce in the district.
Yeah, 100%. The idea would be to partner with the unions. For the most part, they've got the training programs and apprenticeship programs already designed. I think our call out of that too is the fact that that needs to begin immediately, right? Upon a positive vote, getting that started so that people are trained and ready at the time that we need labor. My experience on some of these projects previously is that waits too late to actually enable the workforce that's necessary to do the construction. So we'll be working hand in hand with construction and unions to develop those programs.
Okay, really glad to hear that. There's also a reference to the floodplain, and the reference to the floodplain is pretty general, but I get that. But how are you thinking about managing the floodplain? Because I mean, it is a big challenge. And uh, and so how are you today thinking about dealing with construction in the floodplain?
Yeah, so I'm going to let Andy give you a little bit of the technical side, but I just wanted to lead into it with, this is a great example of one of those areas that when the council and we've debated about why is the timing so important to us? Why is it so critical that we move as fast as we're moving? This is a great example of an area that we know will take us some time to work through, and so as much time as we have will be important. Go ahead, Andy.
So Councilmember, as we've discussed, one of the ways to mitigate floodplains is to build vertically and kind of, place uses that would otherwise be endangered by the potential flood rise out of that level. And so what is allowed in the floodplain is commercial parking. And that's one of the reasons we originally had G2 and G3 where they are, which is that is in a floodplain. I think as we relocate those, some of that still matters, but also on the riverfront district, in that is in a floodplain, and that can be elevated using commercial parking at its lowest level, and then elevate residential parking and, of course, occupiable uses above the 100-year floodplain. So we're thinking creatively about how do we use, certain uses which, are generally allowed and to be less occupied, probably when there's a flood, in order to manage that elevation change and the addressing of how the river needs to move.
To any extent, are you thinking about fill in those areas? Or is it just that you would use garages as a way of potentially elevating habitable structures?
As of now, we are focusing on garages as the primary use, because we believe that there will be some parking for hotels, retail, other commercial uses that can be utilized on that lowest level.
Okay, thank you very much. Really appreciate all of your testimony today.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. Really appreciate the commitment letter that the team sent over. I think this is implied, but I want to ensure, will all of the commitments here be backed by contractual language with legal guarantees for the city?
To the best of our ability or the vehicles that are available. So we would certainly be willing to put that into any of the binding documentation that we have.
Awesome. This question came up, so I'm lifting this up, but in the commitment letter, you acknowledge the club will be responsible for all cost overruns for the stadium and parking projects, as well as taking care of maintenance for the stadium, if it were to exceed the stadium maintenance fund. Right. I think it is implied that the district will take care of maintenance and responsibility of the district-owned parcels. What about the mixed-use development or the commercial footprint?
Well, I kind of feel like that came up a little bit earlier on the responsibility for streets and so forth. So I would imagine we'll work together to try to figure out what's the appropriate designation.
Okay.
What's your exact?
I'm sorry.
In terms of like a pot of money that would address maintenance and other costs for that mixed use development site.
Like what? What on the mixed-use development site? Because
Maintenance.
Like a street or?
Sure.
Or a building?
The development, but also maintenance, operation, utilities, services, et cetera.
Yeah,
Is there clarity about who has the responsibility and where that money is coming from?
Well, I addressed that. You do know, there's a redesignation of the RFK fund.
Yes.
Because that was intended to invest it back into the campus. So I think we need to we need to adjust.
Okay. I wanted to talk about just briefly the parks and fields. Really excited for the plans there. Some have proposed to let a private operator manage the fields and operations in conjunction with DPR if possible. Is that something that you would be open to? Has there been discussion about it?
EC manages the fields at RFK, and I think We get pretty good feedback from
I'm
the
talking about the
operation.
sportsplex, in
Oh.
terms of letting a private operator kind of work in tandem with DPR, Events DC, the city essentially.
I think we are open to that discussion, as long as the focus is on youth and DC residents and that it doesn't become a private enterprise where they would be shut out of.
Understood. Okay. Again, in this commitment letter, I appreciate the things that we've long talked about: commitment to education, academics, in addition to sports, the protecting revenue-generating programming, and we talked about that. Those festivals. I don't know if there's clarity around investments in national park lands or parklands. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but just to be clear, it's my understanding you're thinking that transportation fund or that pot that has been designated, some of it could go towards maintaining or servicing parklands.
That is my intention, and I would have to confirm by looking at the draft, if it's in the draft, the green space and parks as an acceptable use for the transportation fund.
That's not in the draft.
Okay, we need it in the draft. We need it in the final.
Okay. The garage. You indicated in your letter a willingness to remove the third parking garage. That's not definite, but to consider it. If you were to eliminate one of the garages, what I've heard from some neighbors in the area is that the one being talked about is not fully addressing their concerns. Are you open to removing one of the garages planned for the Kingman Park District?
That is the garage we're thinking. There's G2 and G3. G3 is the northernmost garage. That's the one we're trying to remove. It also precludes potential metro in the future, so it serves double duty by relocating that to elsewhere.
Okay.
But be clear, and I want to be clear, that would not be the one that would be eliminated. That would be the one that would be moved to another, relocated. The one that would be eliminated in the scenario that you all requested is on the Riverfront District.
Yeah. And that's what I'm getting at. And we could talk about it for the sake of time. I did just want to get this last question in because we're at time. And I was talking with the chairman about this on the housing accountability mechanism, that you all would pay fair market rate, whatever it is at the time, if the housing is not delivered in time. And I will leave it here just for the sake of time, and we could talk offline. I didn't ask my question, by the way. I will just sum up, because it's been a long day, that I appreciate you all's willingness. It was going to turn into another 10-minute question and back and forth, so for the sake of time, I'm going to just stop there. But thank you all for your willingness.
Appreciate it.
I just want to end on the labor discussion. I'm not going to go back to it. But I do think it is important for us to be very clear and hold the line here. No point of us rehashing. But a PLA and labor piece for the stadium. And yes, there is discussions about the hotels. We can talk about it. But what I'm fighting for and what I'm clear on, what I'm holding the line on, is that we make good on our commitment to labor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is this round is going to dig deeper into the CBA a little bit more. As folks may or may not know, we implemented a robust, comprehensive community engagement process, so much that yesterday during the public witness hearings, the themes started to reoccurring. There was nothing mentioned that wasn't already articulated. Now, I heard one of my colleagues earlier mention that they needed to hear more. We have tons of pages that we can submit to colleagues if needed, just to make sure that we're being helpful. With that leading to my question, within the the suggested CBA document that we set forth within section 10-01, we highlighted a community benefits oversight committee. We wanted to make sure that it was enforceable. Could you speak to any ways in which we can ensure that the CBA, I'm sorry, CBA has teeth?
So we're very open to partnering to create a mechanism where we have an annual review of what was accomplished, what was deployed. I actually think that should incorporate community objectives, not just spending, but are we having impact on the spending? Are we achieving the expectations we have? So if we have goals of number of families, number of children served, if we're targeting graduation rates, things of that nature, we should have the ability to convene a group of folks from the government as well as the community, and we'll talk through that, and happy to come present and have a good conversation about it.
Thank you. And I think my Ward 3 council member mentioned this. He mentioned apprenticeships. I want to go further and say that the community put forth a lot of great ideas in our community benefits agreement. One of those ideas was making sure that our youth have access to internship and career opportunities. What type of commitments can you make to ensure that youth in DC, specifically in wards 5, 7, and 8, are able to take advantage of those opportunities?
Yeah, so we've talked a little bit about the idea that through the academy, we would be able to create youth internship programs. So a certain number of kids maybe that have a desire to be on the business side, or maybe they're coaching or other areas, and creating roles that we commit to over time, that allow the community to apply for those and participate in programs that gets them more exposure and experience, if you will.
Another great idea was the use of inclusive concessions and food vendor opportunities, meaning making sure some of our small and local restaurants and creatives have an opportunity to be involved on the site. Could you speak to what sorts of programs or initiatives are you willing to commit to ensure those opportunities are provided?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I think is true across a variety of the programs that are designed to provide access to residents in the community to be part of this, right? Whether it's the project, whether it's resources, whether it's vending, whatever the area is, I think we want to work very early in ensuring that the requirements that are necessary to participate are met. I think sometimes projects wait way too late to help small businesses, small restaurants like that to be ready to be part of what we're doing in the community. So I think that's a combination of communication and investment in programs.
Got you. I'm an HBCU alum, and I think about the role that HBCUs play here in the District of Columbia, whether that is Howard University or the University of the District of Columbia. I just wanted to know, what are your thoughts about future partnerships with our local HBCUs?
Yeah, I think there's a tremendous opportunity. The good news is that we already have existing and very robust relationships, whether it's through the hiring process into the commander's organization, whether it is internship programs already very well represented with our local schools and the historical Black colleges. But it's also, I think, an opportunity for us to, with the venue there, to host everything from, football or sporting events to recruiting or networking programs. There's just a really significant opportunity to bring those objectives together, I think.
Thank you all. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Councilmember. Let me see, I'm going to start with this question because I think it was sort of asked earlier, but maybe it wasn't clear to me. So I think the question was if there are cost overruns on the mixed-use parcels. I think I have an answer, but I'd rather hear your answer.
Well, I don't know that I would be on the mixed-use area. So certainly on the stadium and the parking garages, right? We're clear on that. That's our responsibility. I'm not sure how to think about cost overruns. It'd be the partner, I would say.
It's private, yeah, it's us, it's private.
Yeah.
It's private.
It's private, yeah. It's going to be whoever the partner is or whoever owns the project that's there. There'd be no responsibility of the district.
So another way to put this is, the district's upside is the 500 million and the 386 million for the garages.
It's fixed, yeah.
Yeah, and moving as fast as we can on the mixed-use development.
Yes, but that's not an upside. That's,
Yeah.
okay. I hope that answer was clear. There was also a question about personal seat licenses. My understanding is that most stadium deals do not have any tax on personal seat licenses.
That's correct. Yeah, I think the philosophy, it's not to say that you could not find a team that taxed it. However, those that do, the tax goes right back into the construction. I think the concept is that the idea of an individual literally investing in the district, investing in the stadium, to then receive a tax over the top of that would be, in my mind, another way that the affordability of participation gets tougher. And so I think that's why you see most practices. I talked to the 49ers last night to get their point of view at Levi when they did it. There was no tax there on PSL, and I think their philosophy was, in essence, the same as ours.
The TAFA suggests that if there was a tax, it would reduce how much money could be raised to the PSLs.
I think that's true. And thus then affecting the capital stack to build the stadium. Right?
I was going to say, the PSLs are a form of attracting capital for the construction of the stadium.
Absolutely. The league is very, very specific on this. We cannot, that there is no revenue generation for the team on PSLs. It is 100% a investment in the construction of the stadium. Very, very clear rules on that.
Give me just a second. Staff tells me I have no other questions.
Okay, I'll take it. You sure?
Well, hold on. All right, we're going to wind this down. Wind this down. I should use a sports metaphor, but I won't. Yeah. We're going to conclude this hearing. Everybody's had a chance for 2 rounds of questions. As I indicated at the outset, the record in this matter will be open until 5:30 p.m. tomorrow. There will be a supplemental record that we will file in 2 weeks with any additional testimony or submissions. The committees are scheduled to mark up, I believe it's Friday at 11, the Committee on Business and Economic Development, and at noon, the Committee of the Whole, with a legislative meeting to follow. I want to thank all the witnesses who are here in front of us, the mayor, the president of the commanders, everyone else. And also thank everyone who testified yesterday, and especially those who managed to testify between 11 p.m. and midnight. With that, the time is 4:03 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.
Marion Bowden.
Well, good morning, everybody. It is just wonderful to be here at Fort Davis. Let's give Chelsea a big round of applause for being a great representative of the community and DPR. I just met our original Fort Davis director. Let's give this young man a big round of applause. Will continue to be our privilege to memorialize your sister here and to build so many memories right here for Ward 7 residents. I want to acknowledge your Councilmember Wendell Felder. Give Councilmember a big round of applause. I have to tell you, he's jumped in feet first, arms first, sometimes head first. to represent Ward 7 down on the council. And I'm going to tell you, he's the hardest working one down there. When he's not downtown, he's in Ward 7. And so I want to thank our directors who you've heard from, Delano Hunter and Thenie Freeman, who are both responsible for making sure we deliver a great recreation center and that all of the programming represents the full spectrum of life here in Ward 7 and throughout the district. We were just in Ward 7 opening the Joy Evans Therapeutic Recreation Center. Who's been there? Okay. I need to see some more hands go up. It is the premier recreation center. Delano calls it the pool that's actually a hot tub. And it better be hot, or I hear about it. So we are very proud of that facility, and we want seniors and people of all ages from all over the city to know about it. It's a great pool, great not just exercise, but ability to see and meet your friends over at the pool. And so for over 2 years, I know DPR has been engaged in listening to what this recreation and community center can be. So today is an important groundbreaking. We're breaking ground on nearly 20,000 square feet. That will be, as you've already heard, twice the size of the old center with fitness, indoor basketball, elevated walk track, commercial kitchen, and more. It's going to be a great space to hang out and play, and already a beautiful spot in our city that's green and full of trees. Now we will have the indoor facility to match. In addition, this 4.6-acre park will get a refresh. So it, too, will include a new playground and walking path, updated tennis and basketball. This building will be resilience ready, and that is a partnership between DGS, DOE, and HCEMA. In the event of an emergency or extreme weather, which unfortunately we're experiencing more and more of, this facility will be a hub and safe place for the community. So the Joy Evans, as I mentioned, was a $38 million investment in Ward 7. And our FY26 budget that the council has and has taken one vote on so far also includes additional funds for a Hillcrest Aquatic Center, Rosedale Pool, and River Terrace Recreation Center. In addition to that, we will bring, and we're calling on the council to stop swiping the money for what will be a very unique sportsplex for DC residents at the RFK Stadium. About 3 years ago, I put down the first down payment for that sportsplex. It was $60 million.